feel free to stay tuned. We appreciate those that joined us on time while we are still waiting for some other people to join us. But without wasting our time, we would like every one of us to kindly introduce ourselves. Stay tuned. I have my the co-moderator with me in the house. First of all, let me quickly introduce myself as well. My name is Damdolo Olani, and I will be the chief host for this great congress. Please, it's so encouraging to have every one of us here, and we promise us that it will be a nice time with every one of us. So I would call on my the co-moderator to just introduce himself in few seconds before we proceed to the next agenda. Thank you once again, and you're welcome all.
Hi, thank you so much, Dami. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining the Congress. My name is Chidike Namani, and I'm in Lagos, right? And like Dami mentioned, I am the co-host for this Congress. I know that it's going to be an awesome time, and we're all going to leave this place impacted. Thank you. Dami, over to you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Chidike. Good to have you here. As he said, it's going to be a very nice time with every one of us. We are going to, learn and connect with others. Please don't hesitate to reach out to some of our friends and colleagues that they should be here with us as well. It's very important to extend this good gesture to them to also be part of this wonderful Congress. All right, so quickly, we'd like to know every one of us where you are joining us from. Please introduce yourself appropriately, your name, your organization, the current job role, and most likely where you are joining us from. And of course, you can also indicate if you are a part of IHIPM. Of course, you are not a stranger. If you are not part of us for now, we still believe that you are part of us already for you to be joining us this morning. So let us know if you are a member or you are not a member of IHIPM. So please, if you will permit me, I would like to start from Mr. Oluremi Olusoji. Please, you can unmute from your hand and introduce yourself so we can take.
All right. Yeah. Good morning, everyone.
Oh, sorry, ma. I didn't know that.
It's okay. It's okay. I know. My name is Dr. Mrs. Oluremi Olusoji. I'm joining from Abuja. I work with Raw Materials Research and Development. I'm a deputy director and also the head of the gender division. Nice to be here. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. You are welcome. We are happy to have you. Please, we can proceed to Mr. DBC Emmanuel Jato. All right. Because of our time, please, Mr. Dixon, if you are there, kindly unmute from your hand and introduce yourself.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Is my device to be in the midst of these professionals. My name is Abba Dixon Chukuma. By this origin in Lagos. The observation I'm attached to is Agro Venture.
It's not quite audible, sir. Please, can you a bit speak up so we can hear you clearly? All right, I think we need to proceed to another person because of our time. Dr. Ifoma, our own deputy president, kindly introduce yourself once again, ma, or if you permit me, we can proceed to another person. All right, okay, please.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma.
My name is Dr. Ifoma Eze, and the Alumni Board Vice President. I want to welcome everybody to this member Congress for the first one for the year, and I hope we're going to have a swell time. So let's, I'm going to stop here so that we can tidy up with the introductions very briefly. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Ifoma. All right, please, can we proceed to Mr. Jasin Baba? Please, can you introduce yourself if you are there, sir, before we move to the next person? Okay, I think he's a bit far away. Mr. Jeremiah DB. Mr. Jeremiah, if you are there, kindly unmute from your hand before we proceed to Mrs. Jumai Rescu. All right, please, if I'm calling your name, you can just unmute from your hand.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good to have you, sir.
My name is Jeremiah DB from Red Star Express, a member of IIPM.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget once again your name, your organization, your current job role, probably where you are joining us from, your country or the states where you are now. And if you are a member, you can kindly indicate as well. All right, Honorable Gabriel, please, the floor is yours, sir. You can introduce yourself, sir, if you have the chance.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me?
Clearly, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone. My name is Gabriel Eosase. I'm in Abuja. I'm joining from Abuja, and I work with Niger Delta Power Holding Company. I'm a technical advisor there in the office of the Executive Director, Legal Services and Company Secretary. Glad to be here.
All right, thank you so much, sir. We're happy to have you here as well. Please, from my hand here, I would like to call on Mr. Pius Benjamin. If you can hear me, kindly unmute from your hand and introduce yourself, sir.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Pius Benjamin, a member of IIPM, joining from Lagos. I work with Allcat Consult, a private consulting firm. I am the general manager. Thank you. Glad to be here.
All right, thank you, sir. You're welcome. We're glad to have you as well. Please, Mrs. Regina, if you can hear me, kindly introduce yourself as well, ma. Thank you for coming.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Alabi Regina Ijoma. I'm Registrar General of AMFIN Inclusive Finance Research Institute, Abuja, as well as a technical assistant to AMFIN, Association of Non-Bank Microfinance Institutions of Nigeria. Okay, I'm presently here in Abuja. Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome, ma. Please, Uchenna Kesi, if you can hear me, kindly unmute from your hand and speak. Introduce yourself, sir, ma.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma.
My name is Uchenna Kesi. I work with Standards Organization of Nigeria as the Principal Standard Officer. I'm joining from Lagos, not a member yet.
All right.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Member. We are glad to have you too, ma. Thank you, ma. All right, Mrs. Fatima, kindly unmute from your hand if you can hear me.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fatima Sa'ibu Meshani. I'm joining in from Kebbi State. I'm a HR officer from Wakot Rice Limited, Argun, Kebbi State.
All right. You're welcome, ma. You're welcome.
Thank
Good to
you.
have you too,
Thank
ma.
you very much.
All right, please, Mr. Nobu Kofi, if you can hear me, kindly unmute from your hand. We need to wrap this up quickly, but we also like to know some of us where we are from, and so we can connect with others as well. So if you can hear me, kindly unmute your hand.
My name is Nobu Kofi Apete. I'm from Ghana Record Society, Getting Up Branch. I'm the municipal organizer for Ghana Record Society. Currently joining from Ghana. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Good to have you as well. All right, please, Mr. I don't know, Domaka Emmanuel. Kindly unmute from your hand if you can hear me. Please introduce yourself. A few seconds. Okay, so I think we have just 2 minutes to wrap this section up. Mr. I don't know, Nabot, please, if you can hear me, kindly unmute from your hand and introduce yourself as well, so people can meet you. Okay, I think at this juncture, if I didn't call your name and you would like to introduce yourself, please, one after the other, you can introduce yourself. I'm seeing Mr. Gbenga here. I just called your name now. If you don't mind, kindly introduce yourself. We have a few seconds to just close this particular section before we move to the next thing.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Jason Babakwaye. I am a fellow of the Institute. I am joining in from Yola, Adamawa State. I work with a GFA consulting group in Abuja, the fiduciary agent of the Global Fund in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, you are welcome, sir. We are glad to have you here. All right, please, without wasting our time, we need to move to opening remarks. And I'll be inviting our Vice President in person of Dr. Ifeoma Eze to give us that opening remark. Over to you, ma, if you can hear me.
All right. On behalf of our alumni president, Mr. Femi, I want to stand in as the assistant to give this opening remarks. I want to welcome each and every one of you great people who have decided to join us on the first membership Congress. We welcome all members present, and we also welcome non-members, hoping that by the end of this members Congress, you would be willing to join our membership. IIPM stands for the Integrated Institute of Professional Management, and there are many professionals who have been a part of this great institution. They have passed through and they are still being a part of the organization. And a lot of value has been gotten over the years. I, for one, I would just talk about myself, but I know that my story is like the story of many others. You know, when you already have a career path, you know what it is you are doing. You've been working for years, you've been paid for years, but then you find new meaning when you go through some of our certification courses. If you have been through IIPM, you will know that it's different, it's unique. And beyond just what you stand to learn, we have networking opportunities for us to meet other people from other places. During the introduction, you could see that there are deputy directors amongst us, there are directors amongst us, there are men and women of caliber. And through this Congress, you get an opportunity to actually network with people that can be of value to you in your professional life and even in your personal life. Today, we'll be looking at exploring resilient business and career strategies for thriving in hard times. And it is it's a no-brainer that we are actually in very hard and difficult times, but it is only the resilient that would be able to scale through, that will be able to stand when everything is said and done. So today we'll be having lots and lots of facilitators who will be presenting different aspects of resilience to us. We'll be looking at financial resilience, we'll be looking at leadership resilience, we'll be looking at strategic resilience, we'll be looking at career resilience. And by the time we are done with all of these different aspects, even resilience psychology, by the time we are done with all of these aspects of resilience, I believe that you walk away from this Congress a better person, a better version of yourself. You walk away from this Congress having the keys for the next level, insights, secrets that will help you to improve on your career path, to improve on your leadership skills, to improve in whatever it is that you are currently doing. So on behalf of the entire alumni board, all the members of the alumni board, and also the council board, I want to say you are welcome to this member Congress. I want you to approach the sessions with rapt attention. Don't assume it's one of those things, it's one of those online things. Get your pen and your paper by the side. There is one word, one insight, one secret that may be released to you that will launch you into the next level that you have always wanted to be in. So it's something that you don't take for granted. It's an opportunity. It may be free, but the benefit it will bring into your life, into your career, will give you much more. All right, it will give you much more and make you the sought after in your generation or in your business. So on behalf of the entire alumni board members who are present in this place, I want to say welcome to everybody. We are glad you came. We are glad you joined. And we know we're going to have a very swell time together. Please, if you have any questions, just drop it in the chat room. They will be attended to. If you are just joining for the first time and in the course of all that you are getting, you want to be a member, please also drop your comments in the chat room and you'll be attended to. We have a team of professionals in the background with us in this Congress, and they are ready to answer your questions. They're ready to assist in whatever way necessary. So once again, I want to say welcome to our first member Congress of the year. We know that you're going to learn from the experts present. You're going to receive effective strategies that will help you to thrive in your business and in your careers despite the hard times. So that at the end of the day, even though the hard times are hard, you can boldly say, you can confidently say that you are bouncing back. You know, resilience has to do with being able to recover from misfortune. Resilience also means being able to have the capacity to resist defeat, to resist destruction. And no matter the kind of pressure that comes your way, you are able to stand strong. And that's what we'll be sharing in this session. I'd like you to know that beyond book wisdom, you'll be receiving wisdom from experience. And there is nothing more powerful than that. Experience of people who have done this before, who have gone through what you are currently going through, and they have come out resilient and stronger. And they're going to show you the secrets, how you're going to achieve that. So it's going to be a powerful session. And I hope you stay to the end, and I hope you remain very attentive. Welcome, welcome, and welcome once again. On behalf of our Executive Director, Dr. Banito, I want to say welcome to every one of you. Enjoy your stay and have a very swell time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, our able Vice President. That's so encouraging and inspiring. I mean, she said something that we should try as much as possible to stay back to the end of the Congress. Please, we want to quickly run through a few things before we proceed. Each session we take 20 minutes, and after then we have 10 minutes for questions and answers. And we have about 4 sessions today. Please take your time to bring out your writing materials as we proceed. I would like to call on the ED, the Executive Director of IIPM, to take it up from there before we proceed. Over to you, Dr. Banito.
All right, thank you so much, Dami, and thanks to our Vice President for coming on board. On our next agenda today is the welcome remark by our Council Chairman, who currently is with us, and we'd just like to invite him to give us a few minutes remark, and then I'm sure we will be glad to have him around. And that is Dr. Kashim Ako, who is a fellow of the Institute, and he is the immediate past Director General of the National Productivity Center, and currently an arbitrator at the Industrial Arbitration Court, and also the MD-CEO of the KYC Oil and Gas, as well as the MD-CEO of the KYC Consulting. So we'll be glad to welcome him to just give us a few minutes of a welcome, we will proceed. Thank you so much, sir, and welcome on board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benito, and fellow members of the institutes, as well as Nigerians that have joined us today this morning. I have been out of town, out of the country. I was even thinking network challenges will not allow me to join. But to God be the glory, I've been able to link up. The institute, like the vice chairperson told you, Integrated Institute for Personnel Management, is a foremost training institute, a certification institute that provides the platform for you not to learn, but to network. There are so many personalities who are members of the institute, various backgrounds, various experiences, that your membership will afford you the opportunity of benefiting from their wealth of experience. And that is why when I was called upon to share this noble institute, I had no hesitation, because I have been the Director General of a training institute, a productivity center for 8 years, 2 terms, and I'm into consulting. And I have benchmarked this institute with others, and I've seen that IIPM is far and above others, and that is why I accepted the offer to share the council. So I join you all who have not registered to do so, because the benefits are enormous. And as for today's program, I enjoy you to key in, because the resource persons were carefully selected. And I want to assure you that you have value for your time. I thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our able council chairman, Dr. Kashim Ako. Irrespective of your tight schedule, I know it was almost an impossible task to get you on today because of your numerous engagements. And even now, you're still on transit and you're able to make it. Thank you so much, sir. We sincerely appreciate. And we pray that as you continue on your journey, it will be safe.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, so we will be going on to discuss very briefly. I will just introduce the concept of this whole meeting. We're dealing with resilience, exploring resilience strategies, resilience strategies in hard times, resilience strategies for businesses, resilience strategies for careers. So it is a good thing that we're here discussing. And just as our chairman said, everybody that have been selected for this discussion, they were well and carefully selected. So it will be a good one for you to make sure that you stay till the end. We have 4 sections we'll be looking at. The 4th section is going to be on the psychology of resilience. The 2nd section is going to be on financial resilience. The next session will be on business resilience, where the speaker will talk on strategic planning. The next will be on career resilience, and the last will be on leadership and team resilience. So I will take about 7 minutes and introduce the concept of resilience. Why did we choose to have this discussion around resilience? Meanwhile, my name is Ebuche Osibanito, and I happen to be the executive director of the Institute. Now, moving straight to our discussion, and as our vice president said, it will be good if we keep open mind to the discussion, so that we can all have the benefit. For every member present, you are all welcome. We are glad to have you around. And for every non-member that have joined us, perhaps someone invited you, you are also welcome. We are glad to have you on board. Now, what is resilience? When we talk about the psychology of resilience, what does that mean? I was going through, I was just meditating on Sunday, and I just decided to read about inflation. And when I read about inflation, I had to remind myself what inflation was all about. And if you don't mind, I have 10 minutes. So if you don't mind, I can take 2 minutes to have someone share with us. What is inflation? Does anybody here, can anybody here give us a summary of what inflation is? Inflation. Feel free to unmute and share. Remember, this is a professional discussion, all right? Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Benito, Jason here.
Yes, Honorable Jason, you're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Inflation generally refers to a persistent rise in the price of commodities in the market, whereby too many money will be chasing too few goods in the market. Thank you.
Persistent rise in the prices of goods and services with a decline in the value of money. Thank you so much, sir. Does anybody have any other? Can you somebody else give a big? Okay. Oh, please go ahead.
All right. Noble here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Inflation, we can say inflation refers to a sustained increase in the general price level of goods and services in an economy over a period of time.
Okay, so sustained increase in the prices of goods and services in an economy over a given period of time. Okay, now one thing about one unique thing about inflation is that the prices of goods and services keep rising and the value of money keep decreasing. That is where it becomes painful, and that is one of the major things that bring hard times. Inflation can resort to hard time. Okay, somebody put Engineer Dixon. Oh, Engineer Dixon, you are welcome. Engineer Dixon put in the chat room, he said, it is the inflation is a decrease in purchasing power of money reflected in general increase in the prices of goods and services in an economy. Decrease in the purchasing power, but irrespective of the decrease in the purchasing power, the prices of goods and services keep increasing. And this is what almost everyone is faced with. In Nigeria as a case, that is what we are faced with. The prices of goods and services keep increasing, and then the purchasing power, the ability to buy keeps decreasing. Now, I was able to get a very simple formula to calculate inflation because I've been arguing that what we are currently calling the inflation rate in Nigeria is not inflation. All right, because I feel it should be more than that. Okay, I feel it should be more than that. So I took that formula, and please, if you have your calculator with me, please, you will quickly calculate with me, and then we'll find out just in practical terms. Let's understand what this inflation is all about. Okay, now they said you can calculate inflation using what we call the consumer price index, or production price index, or wholesale price index, or what do you call it, wage balance index, and several other things they mentioned. But I picked just one, the consumer price index, which is the difference in price over a given period of time for goods and services. Okay, then compare that with the purchasing power of individuals. So if you have your calculator, please, you're going to do something very, very simple for me. Okay, so the formula for calculating inflation using the consumer price index is the current value or the current price of a product being subtracted, or subtracting from it the previous price of the product divided by the previous price of the product, then multiply it by 100. That's 100%. So I will go again. Previous price or current price of a product minus the previous price of that product divided by the current or by the previous price of that product multiplied by 100 over 1. So I will take that for the last time because I'm going to give an example. We calculate and then we look at the implication of those numbers and that will help us. So the formula for calculating inflation using the consumer price index is previous price minus current price divided by previous price multiplied by 100 over 1. Did somebody get that? Please, if you get that, put it in the chat room. If you got that, put it in the chat room. Please, if you got that formula, put it in the chat room. And I want every one of us to have that formula by hand. Now, if you were to, okay, so my screen is not moving. No, I'm not moving any screen. Okay, I'm not moving. My screen is not moving. Okay, my screen is not moving. So if my screen is to move, it will only go ahead and show you more of a facilitators for today. All right. Okay, so if you got that formula, please kindly help me. If you got that formula, please kindly help me put it in the chat room. Inflation, current price minus previous price divided by current price subtracted divided by, okay, so help me get the formula, please. Okay, so CP minus PP divided by PP. Okay, so current price minus present price, no, previous price rather. Current price minus previous price divided by previous price multiplied by 100 over 1. Okay, did we get that? Okay, so let's assume that the price of fuel as of May last year, the price of fuel as of May last year was 190, and the price of fuel as of May this year is 690. The price of fuel last May was 190. The price of fuel this May was 690. Now, can you please help me find the inflation? The current price as of May was 690. The previous price was 190. And can you help me calculate the inflation using the consumer price index? Can somebody help me do that? Previous price as of May last year was 190. We're using a commodity, just fuel, okay, fuel, PMS. So last year it was 190 as of May last year. And then this year it is 690 as of May. So can we quickly calculate the inflation? Can we quickly calculate the inflation? Can we quickly, I'm looking at the chat room to have the answer. I'm looking at the chat room to have the answer. Can we do that very fast? Can we do that very fast? Can we do that very fast? What is your answer? I trust we are 690 minus 190 divided by 690 multiplied by 100. So what's the answer? Who is pressing the calculator? So Honorable Jason had given us the breakdown. So can we get the answer very fast? 690 minus 190, whatever be your answer, divided by 690. Multiplied by 100 over 1. Okay, so somebody got 264%. That's inflation in percentage, 264%. So let's do something also very, very significant. So we're going to do a comparison between our purchasing power and this implication simply means that the price of fuel has risen by 264%, or 2.64 times. It has increased by 2.64 times, right? Okay, so let's do something very simple and significant so that we can be able to understand this whole thing. Now, do a wage difference between what you had last year and what you had May last year and what you had May this year. So do a wage balance, and your wage balance is your salary as of May 2023 versus your salary today, divide by your salary as of May 2024, multiplied by 100 over 1. Let's see your increase in salary. Can we do that very fast? So salary last year, May last year, subtract from salary this year, divide by the salary of last year, multiply by 100/1. So can somebody do that? So let's know what the increase is. Salary as at May 2024 minus salary as at May 2023 divided by salary as at May 2023 and multiply it by 100%. So who is there? Who is calculating that? So let's know how many increase you've had. Now, if you calculate this, some of us will actually have 0 because there had been no increase. There had been no difference. And in all of this, the prices of goods and services keep increasing and the hard times keep increasing. Now, if you can understand this simple thing we are discussing in its basic form, it will help you. Now, how do you, okay, so Honorable Jesse said he is 0. And I know there are many people, that theirs is 0. So Trustlink's own is 0, Emmanuel's own is 0. And I know almost, if not more than 50% of us here, our salary difference, okay, Trustlink's own is not actually 0, it's minus 0. So it's really minus. So the question is, with this condition, how do we get to be better, live right, and not have the pressure of time? And that is why this discussion is very, very important. This is why this discussion is very, very important. This is why this discussion is very, very important. So many of the discussions will tend towards finance, some will tend towards career, some will tend towards business. But in all of this discussion, all we want to have at the end of the day is to build a psychology of being able to persist, to thrive, irrespective of the challenging times. And just to round up this section, if you want to build this psychology, first of all, you must work on your mindset. This is very, very important. There is need for a mindset shift. There is need for a mindset shift. You must start moving from believing that things are hard to believing that things can get better. From believing that you need to be provided for in everything to believing that you need to start working out things for yourself. Okay? And then you need to also start working on thinking of better ways to make it right, to get your finances, to get your career, to get your business and every other thing right. So that's one. Number 2, you have to set goals, and not just set goals, set smart goals. In hard times, you set goals, they don't get realized, you set them again, you don't get realized, but you just keep being persistent. Okay, so I said first one is your mindset, second one is setting the right goals. All right, set smart goals. And number 3, make sure that you apply agility in your strategy execution. Make sure you are agile in your strategy execution. So you set goals and you don't get to achieve them, don't give up on those goals. Keep pressing on those goals until you get them achieved. Keep pressing on those goals until you get them achieved. And number 4, which is an important aspect, start working on divestment. Okay, start working on increasing your income flow. Start working on increasing your income flow, your revenue flow. So if by salary our income has been the same, that means we need to start looking at other ways of improving on our finances. Because if we don't, the impact will be so hard. It will be so hard and hot on us. So with that being said, another thing I will point out is in hard time, learn to leverage on your network. Learn to leverage on your network. This is very, very important. Learn to leverage on your network. And by all means, believe that things can only get better. And there is always going to be a way out in every situation. Believe that things will always get better. And there is going to be a way out in every situation. With this, I thank you for listening to me. And I'll hand over back to the coordinator. Thank you so much.
Right, that was wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Banito for this great session. I mean, it's so short, but it is very educative and inspiring. He said something that you need to start working on your income inflow. That point, got at me, which means that is the main thing we need to focus on for now. Thank you once again, sir. So for question and answer, I would like to call on my co-moderator, Mr. Chidike Nnamani, to take it up from there for question and answer for the next 10 minutes, or probably lesser than that. All right, so over to you, Mr. Chidike.
All right, thank you so much, Damilola, and many thanks, Dr. Banito, for that insightful session. All right, so question and answers. We just, if you know you have any questions from the session that we've just had, just indicate by a raise of hand and you'll be unmuted so you can ask your questions. All right. So please, if you have any questions. We are waiting for your questions, please. In line with the session we just had. So just indicate by a raise of hand and you'll be unmuted so you can ask your question. All right, if we don't ask questions, we'll assume that we understood everything that Dr. Banito said, or we're still processing them. You can also send your questions to the chat room if you don't want to unmute. Okay, I think I have someone. Okay, Trustlin, please go ahead, unmute and go ahead with your question.
Okay, mine is just a contribution.
All right.
Okay, on a lighter note, when he was talking about the inflation, the definition. So what I just want to add is that when you are talking about the economy, inflation, resilience, or whatever, generally about the economy, just look at three things. The economy is about demand, supply, and price. So you now look at, you now see that price is the interplay between demand and supply. So when you want to talk about inflation, you look at the interplay between demand and supply. Which one is higher? Which one is chasing who? That is where the inflation comes. The supply is there, but it's in small quantity. And the demand is high, but in little quantity. That can cause inflation. In the other way around too, there may be supply, but the demand is not there. It will also cause hyperinflation or so. So I just want, when we are talking about all these things, economics, just look at these three things: demand, supply, and the price. The price is always the middle force that dictates what demand and supply does. It's always the middle force. So when you now talk about the economy, anytime you want to talk about anything about the economy, just look at this interplay and the force that is holding those interplay that makes them to change. And that is the price between demand and supply. That's just what I want to add on a lighter note. Thank you.
Wow, that's not a lighter note, so that's a very serious note. Thank you so much for that insightful contribution. We appreciate that.
Firstly, that was not a lighter note, that was a heavy note.
Yes, very, very heavy one. All right, thank you so much, Jocelyn. Okay, we have Oluremi Elusoji. Please unmute and go ahead with either your question or your contribution, whichever one.
Yeah, hello.
Yes,
thank
please.
you very much, Dr. Banito.
Yes, you're welcome, Dr. Oluremi. I've missed you so much.
I have, same here, Doctor. I say, even though you just threw it on what you just said now, but I don't know if it's for me alone, but I would just want you to say one or two things about that goal 3, where you said applying agility in your strategic form. I think you should just say one or two things to kickstart and help us to understand what we're going into more. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Oluremi. Okay, so when we say apply agility in your strategy, like I said earlier, when you set goals, especially during turbulent times as this, you see that the goals, sometimes you get to achieve some, sometimes, in fact, you end up not achieving most of the goals. So how do you then try to achieve your goal? When we say the concept of agility is being proactive. And by being proactive, this is what I mean. Set baseline goal, baseline parameters for pursuing and achieving your goals. So let's assume that you set that this goal, you're going to achieve it by July 2024. Now, if by July 2024 you did not achieve it, agility is saying find another way out. Don't just give up on it, but find another way out. Even before you get to that July, you should be looking at what parameters could be the challenges that will stop me from achieving this. And what if I'm able to identify them, how can I put them in perspective and deal with them so that they don't stop me from achieving my goals? Just like Dr. Trustley rightly pointed out, price is the major determinant or the major force that determines the interplay among other factors of supply and demand in the market. Now, you set a goal to build a house in July, and all of a sudden price of cement went from 4,000 naira to 15,000 naira. Agility is now asking you, what are you going to do? Are you just going to quit, or are you going to find a way out? So agility is trying to place it on you that by all means possible, all means legal, all means righteous. Okay, try to be smarter than the change. Okay, try to outsmart the change. Don't let the change stop you, but try to find a way to outsmart the change so that you will continuously be relevant and continuously achieve your goals at all times. That is the principle of agility in what we are dealing with. Okay, thank you so much. Does that make any sense? Dr. Louis, does that make any sense?
Yes, it does. I'm seeing it in that light of having a plan B. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, so back to the coordinators, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Banito. Please, do we have any other questions before we go to the next lecture that we have? I'm also checking. Okay, so there's a question from Dixon Chukuma. So he said, it's a long one, but I will try to read it. He said, please, I agreed on everything Dr. Banito said. However, I want to ask on a scale of percentage, what chances does businesses have to succeed in a hostile economic environment, such as Nigeria? Example, government policies, political instability, insecurity, fluctuations in exchange rates. All right. So he wants to know the chances that businesses have to succeed in a hostile economic environment. And of course, any other person can also weigh into this question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Engineer Dixon, for this wonderful question. However, there is going to be a section on business resilience. So the speaker, I trust she's already in class. So I'm sure while she's speaking, she will try to weigh on this. But if she didn't weigh in on that, we will come back to the question by her session. Thank you so much, so that we can move on to the next session. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Banito. It's back to you, Damilola. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Banito, and thank you, Mr. Chidike. I mean, it's becoming more interactive now. Please, we need to quickly make few announcements. For those that are just joining us, kindly make use of the comment section. We want to know you, want to meet you, want to connect with others. Introduce yourself, your name, your organization, your current job role, probably the country where you are joining us from. And of course, if you are part of us as IIPM member, kindly indicate as well. So this is for those that are just joining us. Please kindly make use of the comment section. All right, because of our time, we need to proceed to the next agenda, the next section. The next session we have now. I would like to call on Dr. Banito to please call out the person in charge. Over to you, Dr. Banito.
All right, thank you so much, Dami, and thank you to Honorable Chidike for the wonderful moderation. In our next section, we'll be dealing with financial resilience. And we have one of our fellows that will be taking up this section, Mr. Lucas Adamu, with PhD in view, BSc Economics, MSc Economics, PhD Development Economics. So I trust he is the best person to answer all the questions regarding to this inflection at hard times. Okay, so he's a fellow of the Institute. He's also a fellow of Institute of Development Administrators of Nigeria. He's also a fellow of Institute of Corporate Administration. He's a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Economists of Nigeria. He's a member of the Project Management Institute USA. He's an associate member of Nigerian Institute of Management. He has several memberships, several certifications that space will not allow us to accommodate. So we just picked a few. He is currently serving as the Deputy Director Procurement at the Federal Inland Revenue Service. He is a business management consultant, a procurement specialist, a project development expert, an investment strategist. I'm talking about the ones I know, the ones I've experienced. Okay, and he's a wonderful fellow. He has been with the Institute 3 to 4 years now, counting, consistent, persistent, always available to contribute and always available to learn. So today, please, I would like you to join me with a clap of hands. Let's welcome Mr. Lucas Adamu as he gives us his presentation on financial resilience. Would like everyone to pay attention. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Banito. I know that a lot of the times when I listen to you, I know that you must have read English and you have a lot of grammar. Please, am I audible?
Very clearly, sir.
Okay. All right. Because of our time, let's leave maybe the jokes on the one side for later, much later. Financial resilience. What exactly is financial resilience? I try to look for very simplified meanings so that we all can be on the same page. Financial resilience means the ability to manage unexpected expenses, or what you call financial shocks, or those unforeseen tough times. Dr. Banito was talking about how we manage in tough times. I do not know how many of us must have read the book of Robert Schuller, Tough Times Never Last, but Tough People Do. Which means that, first of all, it starts from your own mind to say, okay, yes, I'm going to succeed. I'm going to pull through. Yes, it might be tough. It might be very unfriendly, but then we'll pull through. So it is a state in which there is financial flexibility, financial elasticity. It means that, yes, you are able to absorb financial shock, but how do you achieve that? All right, how do you have financial shock absorbers? I want us to just quickly go through some strategies. Why? Because it's more beyond just the definition. We want to look at exactly how can we achieve financial resilience. What are the strategies that we can adopt, that will give us a financially stress-free life? So the first thing I want to say is that remember to set financial goals. Setting financial goals means that you have a target. If you are a salary earner, for instance, you have a target. Oh, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this within a space of time. Smart goals are time bound. Now, develop a well-disciplined expenditure management system. That's where we have a lot of issues. Why? Because by the time we go to joints, all right, we hang out with friends, we forget that, oh, there are some pressures hiding somewhere. Build or create other financial inflow streams. Manage debts. Create an emergency fund. Increase your savings attitude. Invest idle funds. So these are some of the strategies we want to quickly discuss and see how they help us in building financial resilience. Setting financial goals. If you ask yourself some of these questions, what are your financial goals? In the year 2024, what financial goals have you set for yourself? Do you have, or do you just live as the days goes? Okay, money will come, we'll spend, tomorrow takes care of itself. Will that actually help? Will your present income be adequate when your bills grow? For example, let's assume you are earning as much as 500,000 naira. Okay, you are married, the children have started coming and they have started school. Okay, what happens when you need to change a child's school from one school that you felt they are not doing very well to a better school? How does your funds, or how do your finance or your income take care of that? When you have an additional child, like Dr. Benito is, we know that he's very busy doing something in secret and God will reward him openly. When eventually the child comes, what strain does it exert on the income? As your child is growing, the child has gone through the secondary school, now has gained admission into the university. How does that impact on your finance? If your finance, for instance, is constant, zero increase, how are you able to cope? When your landlord increases your rent, if you are not privileged to be living in your own property yet, there is a rental increase. They tell you, okay, look, there is increase in the cost of building materials and as such, because we have done just painting by name renovation, of course, we are going to increase the rent. How does that impact on you? And most critically, cost of food items. Last Saturday, I went to a bush market. I said, okay, at least let me just help the family get some items. A paint cup of tomato was going for 13,500 naira. And you can imagine if you took 50,000 naira to the market, what exactly would you be able to buy for the family? How much food will you be able to come up with? Now, another shock that could come, that of course reinforces the need to set financial goals, is sudden loss of job. Suppose there is a sudden loss of job. What happens? You were not expecting that your job will stop suddenly, but it does. Do you have shock absorbers already existing, or what is going to happen? So it reinforces the need for us to have shock absorbers. When do you intend to stop paying rent? As a tenant, when do you want to grow to become a landlord? So these are issues that reinforce the need for us to set financial goals. You cannot be doing the same thing over and over and be expecting a different result. Let's go to the next one. We said develop a well-disciplined expenditure management system. A lot of us are involved in what we call impulsive buying or impulsive expenditure. You go for what catches the eye. Suddenly, you now feel that, okay, yes, you have need for it, even though it's something you can do without. Or you just earned a salary, and the next thing is that, okay, yes, you have, for some time, you have not gone out, you want to hang out with friends. From your income of 500,000, which has been the hypothetical figure we've been working with, you now go to a joint to hang out with friends. And the next thing is that you are blowing 50,000 naira on the seat. Ask yourself, do you have expenditure discipline? Are you sure that, yes, you can restrain? Can you put up some restraint in trying to just, being extravagant to say, okay, look, let me save something. Let me get myself together, because the issues of finance, the elasticity, we know that is a bit sticky, but how do we come out of it? Now, let me just talk here in trying to kind of plan our expenditure. I'll give you the formula I use, especially with respect to food items. Coming from a local background, a farming background, I have little understanding on, yes, how these crops are grown, what time are they harvested, at what time do the prices crash. So what I do is that I plan to say, okay, at the time of harvest, when a lot of foods are being brought into the market, I go, I buy these things in bulk, such that for the stretch of the year when food is a bit scarce, I have food items. I'm only busy struggling, yes, to see, okay, yes, to keep the pot of soup, afloat. I don't know if that example means anything to you. Okay, you want to tell me I don't have enough funds to be able to do that. The question is, do you have friends? Can't you use your own network, your social contacts? You have friends that you can pool resources together and make this dream. Get these things, get your food items, and you discover that you have a lot of freedom, when it comes to food. In my village, at Christmas, for instance, you see that a whole maybe groups of age groups, maybe the youth could gather, pool money together, buy a cow, kill it and share. So every house you go of those members, they have what they need. So develop a well-disciplined expenditure management system. And I want to say, please avoid impulsive expenditure if you want to have financial resilience, because it helps you, to be able to save some stuff. Okay, let's go to the next one. Build or create other financial inflows. Let me go back to agric that I just used as an example now. Do you know that you can make money from produce? starting with you buying for your consumption, I'm very sure that once you are conversant with the market prices, you will discover that, oh, you can make a lot of money. And I'll give you some few examples, my own examples, right? I bought about 15 bags of Bambara nut. I wanted to now see what the market looks like. For each 50 kg bag of Bambara nut I bought it for 15,000 naira. Put together some little logistics, stretch it to 20,000 naira. Besides this issue of scarcity in the market, it goes for 85,000 naira today. What do you make of that difference? So you can see that, oh, even from produce, you can build another financial inflow for yourself within the space of just a few months. Most of the time, 6 months, 7 months, or less. Build other streams of income, things that, or businesses that can give you weekly income, some that will give you monthly income, some that will give you annual income. I don't want to talk too much about what I'm doing around produce before Benito will come and slam me with an invoice. So let me just leave it there. But there are a lot of things that you can invest in that will help you. All right? If you are a salary earner, for instance, you can plan, join a cooperative, and make compulsory savings from your salary. For instance, I save about 170,000 naira from my salary, no matter what it takes, because it's taken from source. I have a compulsory savings. Now that has given me the opportunity, when I wanted to go into the market, the produce market, I just approached the cooperative and I was able to draw about 2 million naira, which I now invested in that. So if you are asking me, I'm just asking or answering the question ahead, how do I get money? I don't have source of money. In your place of work, join a cooperative and make compulsory savings. George C. Clason tells you that, yes, from your salary, learn to pay yourself first. Pay, whatever you pay yourself, that's your own direct benefit. Put it in that cooperative. Let the cooperative be taking it directly from source. Build up your savings with the cooperative. Most cooperatives give you the opportunity to take twice the amount of your savings. So you have a startup capital that you have done something. Now, remember to do proper feasibility studies of your intended business. Don't assume that you know it all. That somebody else is succeeding does not mean that you can go there and just succeed, but do a proper feasibility study. Learn, learn, and learn to avoid burning off your resources, by making too much experiments. Remember, the business you are going into the first time is just an experiment. And if that experiment is not backed up with a good feasibility studies, chances are high that those resources might be burnt. Then start small and grow with the business. Don't just enter and put all your resources into it, presuming that, yes, you are going to make all the money. It is not always the case. Other people who may have been succeeding in that business have had lots of experiences they are leveraging on. What's your own experience? So start small and grow with the business. Don't depend all your life on experiment. Don't use all your resources to do experiments. And I want to also say that when you are thinking of doing a business, be directly involved. Many of us do make the mistake of saying, okay, yes, I will employ people, they are going to work for me. Everybody that is doing something first thinks of his or herself. For instance, let us assume that you go into a transportation business. You bought a car and you have given it to a driver. The driver first thinks about himself. And as such, that's why he comes to give you all manner of excuses why the car developed problems. Meanwhile, he did not develop problems going into his pocket. He only made money and kept for himself. Before you know what is happening, he has already accumulated enough money to buy his own car and come and drop your car for you. So please be directly involved in your business. And let me not forget to add record keeping. When you do business, record keeping is critical. Do not start spending anticipated profit. Okay, the next strategy to build financial resilience is manage your debts. Manage debts. How much debt are you owing? What's your own opinion about debt? Are you borrowing to finance a capital or a recurrent expenditure, as the case is in Nigeria? If you borrow to pay salaries, for instance, then you are already in trouble. If you are borrowing for capital expenditure, let me add that don't borrow for startup business. Business you are just starting. You want to go and borrow to start it. If anything goes wrong, how do you manage it? You are going to, run yourself into some serious crisis. If you are borrowing money, let it be for businesses that you already have a firm grasp of how to navigate through all the challenges and you can make profit out of. If that is the case, you are borrowing, yes, to expand your business and what have you, that is fine. But for startup businesses, please be very careful. You could borrow and the whole thing might end up into crisis. So ask yourself the question, how much profit are you making from your debt? Or is it just more liabilities that you are incurring? Can we move to the next slide, please? Next slide, please. All right. Create an emergency fund. A lot of us do not keep what we call an expenditure or a waste account. A waste account, just as the name implies, is an account in which you put money that you can easily go to and spend. Waste account. Use that to tackle whatever it is. Sorry. Okay. So create a waste account and devote or vote a percentage of your income that you are putting there. This is the limit to which I will go in giving whatever support I am going to. That is financial planning. But if everything that comes, suddenly they know that it is month end, you are going to earn a salary. The next thing is that your salary is 500,000. Somebody is giving you a bill of 200,000. You say, okay, I can manage. You now give out 200,000, then you're already creating a problem. Why don't you predetermine a particular percentage? You say, okay, every month into this waste account, I am only going to vote maybe 20% of my income, 10%, 5%. Now, emergency funds can be used to address a whole number of issues, contingencies, unplanned expenditures that may arise. Remember, we are talking about financial resilience, having financial shock absorbers. The next slide, please. A lot of us don't save. We do not save. I have a lot of colleagues in my place of work who do not believe they should join a cooperative. When the salary comes, let me deal with it. I can do everything. A lot of the times that does not pay, because when, for instance, you do not have any extra coming in, you will discover that most of the time you might end up living from hand to mouth. So please change your savings attitude. George C. Clason said, pay yourself first. The popular book is The Richest Man in Babylon. Pay yourself first. So what do? Make sure that you create or you have a savings attitude. Let me save some money. Let me save out of this my money. It can be tight. It does not matter. But if that attitude is not built, all right, when your income is low or small, it is not likely to suddenly come when your income is big. Why? Because expenditure matches or outmatches income most of the time with tremendous speed. When you want to control your savings, draw a budget. This month, this is what I need. I don't want to go beyond this. If you have a budget helps you, to contain the issue of impulsive buying. The next slide talks about investments. Next slide. Invest idle funds. Some of us might be privileged to have some idle funds. The more idle funds you have around you that are handy, the more you go into financial recklessness. That is very true. The more you go into a lot of impulsive buying, you feel, look, that money is there, or that money keeps coming. After all, I have this money. But if I may just add maybe a humanitarian face to this. If you feel you already have enough investments, if you feel you already have more than you require, the question is, have you also thought about helping out to so many that are suffering around you, who are probably not able to cope with their finances? If you are already financially resilient, if you already have more than enough, you have everything it takes, good. So the next thing is, think of how to reach out to others so that you help humanity. All right, now let's talk about the Nigeria environment. I want to talk a little about the Japa syndrome. It is here with us already. It has become part of us. I'll give you maybe one or two stories. A colleague of mine said he advised his cousin who wanted to just relocate. He was selling virtually everything. But at some point, this my colleague got wind of the whole thing and insisted that the man must not sell his house. Instead of selling the house, he should rent it out. Now, what happened? In less than 3 months, this man had as much as 14 million naira. He traveled out successfully. And before you know what is happening, hard times, tough times pushed him back. He came back. The only saving grace is that house that his cousin insisted he must not sell. So now that is the Japa problem. Many of those who have jackpot out are already jackpotting back. I had a friend of mine, a lady. She used to work with a bank. She left the bank, traveled to Canada with her kids, leaving the husband behind here. The next thing that was happening is that, okay, she started soliciting for financial assistance. Now come back to the Nigerian environment. What is making people to japa? What's making people to want to run away? Meanwhile, the countries or many of these countries to which our people are traveling to, their own citizens are looking for a way of coming to Nigeria. So what exactly is the problem? It means that there are opportunities here in Nigeria that we are unable to see, that other people are seeing, and they are rushing back. If you go around in the north here, you will discover that a lot of lands have been acquired by the Chinese for farming. A lot of lands have been acquired by many nationals of different countries, for mining. In Nasarawa State, for instance, Nasarawa is sitting on lithium. Kaduna State is sitting on lithium. Niger State is sitting on lithium. Kebbi State is sitting on lithium. And so many other states like that. Now the question is, outsiders or foreigners come, they come and give us little handouts, acquire these lands, and now begin to exploit our own natural resources. It is time for us to look inwards if we want to be financially resilient. Let us look inwards. There are so many things that we can do. Nigeria, as a developing or an emerging economy, has a lot of opportunities. Where you have a lot of crises, you have a lot of opportunities. The only thing is think, 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 think. If you tell me that, okay, yes, I don't have the financial capital, to start big business, the question is, why not study what people are running into, what these foreigners are doing? Create your own businesses around those things. Create some services. I'll give you an example. As a development economist, what I have discovered about the Nigerian environment is that, yes, funding has been a major challenge to many projects. So what did we do? I do not have any pool of funds anywhere. But what I have done is to create a service, a support service around linking, businesses with funds. And by the grace of God, today, we have the opportunity and the privilege of getting investors coming to invest. But what are we doing? Just linkage. You are linking two parties together. And you cannot be linking two parties together and just remain like that. So that is how to build resilience. I want to assure you, please, in the Nigerian environment, we have so much, so much that we can do. So much, please. Financial resilience, we said, it is like having financial shock absorbers. Many of us may not successfully do business all alone. If you say you have friends, what stops many of you coming together to pool resources together and then register a company and do business together with your pooled resources? After some time, you can crowdfund or you can open up your shares for sale. A friend of mine about 3 weeks ago just told me, what is he doing? Is an IT company operating in the Nigerian space, working in the public sector. And with that, he has built a lot of relationships. Foreign investors came and bought that company. As I speak to you, you will have to work very hard to be able to get through to that guy. The money is right here in this country. So these are things that can help. Relationships can help us to get financial resilience. How resilient are you, and how resilient do you plan to become in the future? Your present disadvantage notwithstanding, what's your plan? In the next 3 years, what do you think? I mean, do you think you would have built as much shock absorbers? You need all the financial shock absorbers to tackle the ever-expanding financial shocks we all are exposed to on a daily basis, triggered by changes in taste, changes in technology, our ego, our competitive lifestyles, our ever-increasing dependent relatives, or even not relatives, dependents, prompted by poverty, and so many other factors. There is the need to build that financial resilience. I want to believe that, like debaters will say in the secondary school days, I say, with these few points of mine, I believe I have convinced you beyond reasonable doubt, you know, that yes, to be financially resilient is the way to go. You can succeed, you can be financially resilient. Even if you are not able to do it alone, you can leverage on your relationships and still be able to achieve it. The question is, are you ready? Thank you very much for listening to me. And I want to appreciate this opportunity. I want to appreciate the Integrated Institute of Professional Management for, bringing such a topic for us to brood upon: financial resilience, shock absorbers, in very simple words. I want to say thank you for your time. Good morning.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Lucas. This has been an amazing section with you, sir. We appreciate you so much. Thank you for spending your time with us. The last question is so thoughtful, and I believe it's also demanding. You can be financially resilient. Are you ready? That's a question from Doctor to us. All right, so we need to go to question and answer now. I will call on my co-moderator to use the next 5 minutes for question and answer. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Chidike.
Thank you so much, Dami.
Sorry, Dr. Chidike. Dami, you're doing like this lecture did not touch you. Can't you be born again for once?
I'm planning to do that.
Please, in the chat room, can we please give Dr. Lucas a round of applause? This is beyond what I ever thought or imagined. Please, can we give him a round of applause? This is amazing.
Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Lucas. There is one wonderful statement you made. You went to the market, and a price of tomatoes has skyrocketed to 13,500. I actually went to the market about 2 weeks ago, and after I went to that market, I said I would never go to market in Nigeria again, because I went to buy tomatoes, something I bought about 4,000 plus in April, and 2 weeks ago they told me it was 13,500. So I told my wife I'm not going to market again. I think I'm done. Okay, please, Dr. Chidike, over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Lucas. This is quite insightful. Personally, I like the fact that it's very, very practicable, and that you have also given us tips that we can apply as regarding financial resilience. All right, so the floor is open now. We're not going to take a lot, just 2 questions because of our time. So please, the first to raise his or her hand, you will be unmuted. So please, if you want to ask any question, if you like to make a comment or make a contribution, please indicate by a raise of hand. Okay, I'm trying to see if there's any question in the chat room, but it's all appreciations. Okay. Okay, Francis Ekene, please go ahead. You can unmute now and ask your question. Okay, Francis Ekene, can you hear me? Yes, you're muted now. Please go ahead.
Good morning, sir. For this wonderful lecture. And also the presenter. Thank you so much for justice.
It's not very clear. I don't know if it's just me, but it's muddled up. I can't hear you clearly. I don't know if it's your network. You can type your question. You can type your question in the chat room because I can't hear you. I don't know if any other person can hear you. Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, so while we wait for Francis, any other question? Okay, someone say the government of the day has a lot to do. All right. Yeah, but I believe we're here to also, see what we can do to contribute to the economy and to our nation. Any other question? All right. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Lucas.
Hello, sir. Hello, sorry, before you proceed, I want to borrow Dr. Lucas' brain on crowdfunding. So knowing the nature of our environment, knowing the level of trust, knowing the legal frameworks in place, do you think our market is ripe for crowdfunding? Do you think we have the necessary legal infrastructure? Do you think we have the necessary trust capital for us to do crowdfunding in Nigeria? Thank you.
Okay, can I respond?
Yes, please, Dr. Lucas, go ahead.
Okay. Now, you talked about trust capital. Let me just expand it a little. You see, in building trust, if you rely only on your peers and your friends, most of the time you may not go far. There are people far ahead. The question is, look at that figure. Somebody who has that reputation, somebody who is a voice and not a noise, who you can bring or add into your activity. That, for instance, will be a trust capital that you would have added. 2, what business do you actually want to go to that requires you to crowdfund? If what you intend to do is just to give people false hope, like, MMM was a crowdfunding, so many other crowdfunding programs that came and collapsed because they promised to give people what they do not earn. If you are doing crowdfunding because you want to exploit a business opportunity of which you have done serious feasibility studies, you have a business plan, and you see that, yes, this is a viable business, ensure that, yes, all expertise are brought into this. Why? Because if the expertise are not brought into it, you're likely going to have problems with people who have surrendered their funds to help build the business. Feasibility studies, very important. Business plan, very important. And most importantly, the kind of figures that make up that your proposition matters. What exactly do you want to achieve? If you are crowdfunding, what do you intend to achieve is very, very important. Let it be something that, people can see and say, yes, we believe this is going to work, and let us take the risk and invest in it. That would be my own response. Trust is usually built.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Lucas. All right, because of our time, we need to move on because we have other lectures. I can see that there are more questions in the chat room, but we may come back to them later. But for now, we need to move on. Back to you, Dami. Thank you.
All right, thank you once again, Dr. Lucas.
Sorry, please, sorry to interject. I think some of those questions are very critical. Please, moderators, would like to plead with you. Can we take those two questions from Trustly and then from the first person that was trying to ask and his network was not too connected? That's from Trustly and Francis. Please, if we can take those two questions, that would be very great because I think they are very, very important questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so Trustling says, at this stage, where everything to buy and sell are determined by dollars, what one strategy can a middle or low-income earner do to elevate the harsh economy and hunger? So, Dr. Lucas.
Sorry, can you come again, sir? I wasn't hearing very clearly.
Okay, it says, at this stage where everything to buy and sell are determined by dollars, what one strategy can a middle or low-income earner do to alleviate the harsh economy and hunger?
All right. You see, start from the ground. If you want to build a house, a skyscraper, or skyscraper, is it? Is that the right word? If you want to build a skyscraper, what do? Start from the ground. It comes back to planning. For instance, everything, of course, is going high. Now, if I may borrow from the scripture, I'm a Christian. Apologies, I'm not being biased here, but I think there's something we need to just learn. The Bible tells me in Proverbs chapter 24, verse 27, that build up your streams of income before building your house. Now, look at those things. Yes, the prices I'm in procurement. I have seen a lot of price variations. Contractors always come up to say, look, the cost of this thing in the market is no longer tenable. You have to either increase it or we cancel the contract. So I understand what we are saying. Can we start from the grassroots? Can we go down? If, for instance, you are able to deal with the physiological problems of your food, starting from that point, try to see how do you build up capital in that area. There are times when prices are down. Okay, you have a lot of supply, maybe overshadowing demand, which forces down price. Take advantage. Look for those opportunities, take advantage, and deal with those things. Now, for me, I will say, okay, yes, if I start agro, I will fail because I try to understand what is the cycle time that I can get these things cheap and then store them for some time and make some money. Go into some other things, those advantages exist. And like we said, now why don't you do some planning? Your income is low, I agree. How much of it are you able to save? Have you joined cooperative to be able to leverage on the ability to get some additional funds? Why don't you come together, pull up some friends, come together as friends, pool your resources together and see how you can challenge the environment. I believe it's very possible. People are making it even at this time when you think things are this tough.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so the next question we have two more to go. This is from Ridwan. He said, Dr. Lucas, thank you, sir. What information do you have for us about the taxes on food importation from the foreign communities? What information do you have about taxes on food importation from the foreign community?
Food importation has always been used to just augment shortages within the system. But there are times when those shortages fizzle out. So I believe that, you see, okay, from Niger State, I'll give you an example. You are talking food now. Do you know that in Nigeria today, there are lots of rice milling farms that have come up and the prices have crashed, have been able to have influence, or have been able to reduce dependence on the foreign foods. Those things come to kind of augment shortages within the system. But then, that is not to say that dealing with the local products, you wouldn't succeed. The only thing is that improve on the quality. If you improve on the quality, I think it's a matter of time. Now, let us not think that, okay, yes, building is an event, it's a process. So building financial resilience is also a process. It requires planning. It's not something that you do overnight. If you are expecting it overnight, then I think there's a problem. Have a plan. Have a short-term plan, a medium-term plan, and a long-term plan. How you want to overcome the challenge. If you understand, if you study, you understand the root cause of that problem, have a plan on how to overcome it over time. Irrespective of what is happening out there. Yes, there is pressure from outside, from importation. Local products are thriving. If you go to the market and you see Aba products, you will be amazed. They are fast replacing the imports. Competition, in terms of quality competition has always been the problem. But the moment you add that quality to what you are having, I am telling you, can compete with what is coming from outside, because over time it will fizzle out, it will go down. And the present administration is in fact poised to see how they help local industries to succeed. Yes, they know that there's that competition, but if you check your custom duties now, all right? If you go to clear a car, a Toyota Corolla 2003 model, you'll be needing over 3 million naira to clear it. So what has that helped? You see that a lot of assembly plants have come into Nigeria. Your GAC, your Geely, your JAG, so many of them. They have come to start assembling in Nigeria, and that has been affecting the price, at least from what one is being able to see, on the practical scene. That's the response to.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. So the final question, please, on this session. All right, this is from Francis Ekene. He said, after the feasibility study in an area, and I discovered the need of the location, having source for the fund, what are the ways one can build a connection or contact companies both within and outside the country, considering the dangers and risk of fraudsters' activities?
Okay, that happens to be my area of business. The person can consult me.
All right.
What we do is to link businesses with funds. So at least come and have an experience with us, and then from there you will build.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Lucas. Thank you for the practical answers you provided to all the questions asked. We will now move on to the next section. Dami, it's back to you now. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Chidike, and thank you so much once again, Dr. Lucas, for your time. We need to proceed to the next section now. We have 20 minutes for this section and probably 10 minutes for question and answer. Over to you, Dr. Banito.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Lucas. This section, if we had allowed it, perhaps it would take longer time than expected. The section was quite eye-opening, and be rest assured that you're going to see me more in your office, because you say you don't want to say more so that you don't get to have invoice. You're not only going to have invoice, you have both invoice and receipt. Okay, thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful section. Now, moving on to our next section is on strategic business aspect. How do you put your business in a position to be able to survive in times as this? And to take us in this section, we have Mrs. Regina Alabi. Mrs. Regina Alabi is a member of the Institute, and she's the Registrar General for the Association of Non-Bank Microfinance Institution of Nigeria, their training arm. She is their Registrar General. She's been a wonderful fellow of the Institute, and she had committed a lot. She's a Registrar General of AMFIN, she's the technical assistant to, she's the Registrar General of AMFIN Institute, and then she's the technical assistant to AMFIN, and then she's the Director, SME and Cooperative Ventures for New Life Foundation. She's the country representative for Satis FinTech. She's a board member of quite a number of microfinance banks in Nigeria. We have that of Standard Life, we have that of Oasis Care, and she's a microfinance consultant, certified microfinance consultant. She's also a trainer, and she's the former executive secretary of AMFIN. I believe she has what it takes to tell us how to position our business in times as this. Please join me as we welcome Mrs. Regina Alabi as she takes us on the next section of strategic planning on business aspect of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Can I be heard and seen? Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, you can be heard.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Banito. Thank you. This session is actually going to be very much an interactive session, okay? Like we have heard, in fact, the last lecture, I was like, okay, this should not end, but then we have to move on. Thank you, Dr. Luca, for that very insightful financial strategies. Okay, so we're going to look at the thriving in hard times, okay, strategic planning for business and career resilience. Now, my name is, I've already been introduced, so we'll quickly go straight to the point. I don't know if you can see is my slide on?
Yes, please.
Okay, so let's move to the next slide. So we all know that strategic planning is a powerful tool for business and career to thrive in a challenging time like this. Today, we will explore how strategic planning serves not just as a tool, but as a lifeline for business and career, navigating through adversities and all of that. With little experience I have, I've really helped quite a number of MFIs come up and small businesses come up out of these challenges. So move to the next slide. Permit me, my voice, I don't know if it's loud enough. I'm a little bit under the weather. So permit me as we go on this journey. I hope I can be heard clearly.
Yes, you can be heard clearly.
Okay, thank you very much. So understanding hard times, we are using Nigeria as a case study, okay? Currently, we all know if you are in Nigeria, I would like you to do something for me, because like I said, it's going to be more interactive, okay? Because I'm not here to lecture. All the lectures that have come, all the trainings that have already come before me has made it very easy. We are here to rub mind, to know how we are going to come out of this, because definitely we are going to come out of it. At times, you see, has a great opportunities, but most times people do shy away from it, complain, and all of that. But I will tell you that during hard times, many businesses that know what they are doing, have a good strategy, can thrive. In fact, hard times are better for businesses. Take it from me, though it looks hard, you say hard meat is for hard men, okay? So when everything seems to be smooth, it actually makes people to become lazy, you know. But when things are hard like this, that is when you see and know who is actually in business. Because at this point, yes, people are crying, no money, no this, no that, things are hard, but people are buying cars, people are building houses, okay? And businesses are thriving, though some are closing, but then a lot of them are coming up and even doing greater, okay? So I would like you to, if you're in Nigeria here, I would like you to type I in the chat space. If you're in Nigeria, type I. We don't have much time, but we're going to maximize the little time we have, okay? If you're in Nigeria, thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Jackson. Thank you. So we're all here. Can one of us volunteer and share a little bit of what businesses are like? Let's begin by understanding the landscape of challenges business face in Nigeria right now. You know, we all know that we're experiencing economic downtime, high inflation, foreign exchange rate volatility, low productivity. Of course, some of our roads are very wonderful, poor infrastructure, market disruption, global crisis like pandemic, and you know, a lot of them on and on, it goes ahead. And all of this has a way of impacting on our businesses. Can we discuss this? So if you are in you can type it in the chat box. You can also, can I have one person to volunteer to just tell us what it is like right now? When Dr. Lucas was making his financial presentation, he mentioned cost of tomatoes. Yes, we all know how it is. Can one person just in 1 second just tell us maybe 2 or 3 bullet points of what Nigerians are facing right now? Can we have a volunteer? You can raise up your hand and you'll be unmuted. We don't have much time, but we need to just make sure that we're all together and the class is interactive. There's no, can I be heard at least? Okay, do we have any volunteer? Okay, you can type in the chat box. You can type in the chat space if you are, while we go on, you can type in the chat space. Is it that nobody wants to speak? Nobody wants to talk? Okay, that's fine because of our time. Okay, yes. Thank you, Doctor. Inflation is on the rise, yes. Yes, so we move to the next slide. Let's move to the, okay, thank you, Benjamin. Harsh economic situation, poor infrastructure, high cost of living, okay, beautiful. Okay, so you can see that those are on and on, some of the challenges we face here. Someone said the other day, hike in fuel and all of that. Yes, that is where we are right now, but then we have to deal with it. And also let us know that we have to, I'm not a prophet of doom, but then we'll try as much as possible to prepare our food on the ground, because borrowing from one of my holy book, he said, darkness shall cover the earth, gross darkness. So if permit me to say that what is happening right now is darkness. Gross darkness hasn't come anyway, but then we pray that by God's grace, we're going to come out of it very strong. I will tell you that if you don't fail in the time of adversity, you are going to come out of it very strong. And I believe that if any of us have a business here, you're going to thrive and you're going to tell your story, okay? And if you don't have one, why not? At the end of this, you can actually get one for yourself, having known or learned how. Thank you, issue of minimum wage. Thank you very much. So these challenges that we have seen affect the cost of a business operation in Nigeria and even everywhere. Of course, you can agree with me that a lot of businesses are shut down within this period, and a lot are actually thriving. The fact that they shut down, say if you fail in the time of adversity, it's not like everything is working. These challenges extend beyond businesses, and it also affects careers, causing job insecurity, shift skill requirement. Professionals are actually increasingly required to adapt rapidly, So many people are out of job. Please, next slide. Out of job because of this, all of these challenges. So we are going to look at the role of strategic planning, okay? Strategic planning. When you talk about strategic planning, is a systematic process of setting goals, analyzing internal and external environment, making informed decisions, and effectively allocating resources to achieve long-term objectives. Okay, so actually this is it. And strategic planning is all about getting through a strategic document, strategic plan document. Okay, that document. So let's move to the next slide. Okay, so there are components that we look at in this strategic planning. The key components include goal setting. You set a goal to establish a clear objective and that is aligned with the organizational vision, comprehensive environmental analysis, which includes SWOT analysis, that is strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. Okay, and the strategic resources, you can also in this process allocate some resources to optimize financial and human technological assets. All right, so there are 7 essential strategic plans. There are 7 essential when you are carrying out strategic plan, and one of it is vision statement, where of course all of us here, if you don't know what if you've not come across this before, please type no in the chat space. Okay, we have vision statement where you talk about where the organization is heading to, mission statement, the core purpose of the existence and how to get there. Core value, you look at the phrases, what the organization stands for, the long-term goal, the yearly objective, action plan, periodic performance. All of these are things you see in strategic, the 7 elements you have in getting your strategic document ready. Okay, so moving to the next slide, we have strategy for business resilience. I won't dwell much here because at the initial, the opening session, Dr. had already mentioned a lot of this in that 10 minutes presentation, but look at it, I have here adaptability and innovation. He has actually talked much about it. We talk about risk. Effective risk management involves in identifying potential risks, assessing their impact, and developing proactive mitigation plan, because when you know what a thing is, you know how to mitigate it. Yeah, services and operational strategies are to meet the evolving customer demands. Okay, so those are actually some of the strategies for business resilience. Agility in decision making has mentioned a lot. Then employment engagement. He has talked more on this, so we'll move straight ahead because of our time to the strategies. This slide was actually done very much in a haste, and then don't mind the numbering, okay? But then when we're going to get this slide, it will be adjusted and you have it. So first and foremost, the strategies you're going to look at when you're setting up your strategic document, you have to clearly look at the goals, clarify goals and priorities. Goals and priorities, can I still be heard? I'm not seeing any sign that I'm being heard. If you can hear me, please raise up your hand on the chat space. Yes, okay, thank you very much for that confirmation. Okay, so you clarify goals and priorities, define them, make sure that the objectives are very clear, focus on the essential activities, okay? So, and when you have seen this, you look at something, always try to diversify. Don't stay in one place. You can expand into new markets, products, or services to reduce the dependence on a single revenue stream. Okay, when you have done that, you also look at, before you even move, you conduct SWOT analysis, just like we mentioned earlier on. You cost optimization, implement efficient operations, reduce waste, because at this trying time, you don't just spend just invest or just spend money because you just want to spend. You have to optimize your costs. Look at the critical areas where you can invest your money, you can put in your funds at this point, so that you don't run out. Of course, we have had a lecture in financial strategies. So that will actually go a long way in helping you in businesses. When you're having negotiations, when you're having suppliers that bring goods and services to you, you negotiate accordingly to be able to be prudent in your spending. That is another way of thriving in hard time. Invest in technology, leverage digital solutions to enhance efficiency, productivity, and even customer engagement. A lot of business, like you could see that most businesses now are online. If you are running a business and you're not online, you're undoing yourself. So many shops now have shut down. That will help you in reducing the cost of operation. You can just have your online shop. A lot of online shops are there that you can maximize all the social media platforms. One of the technologies, if you look at, I can't remember, I think in 2008 or thereabout, when there was this, is it 2008 or 2018? 2008, yeah. Netflix, we all know about it. How many of us watch movies? Okay, so if you're a movie person, you know what I'm talking about. Can I ask a question at this point? How many of us still have DVD in their home? How many of us have DVDs? Those days we see quite a number of persons. We have a outlet where you rent video cassette and carry that big distance and you'll be running home. Now, if you look at the trend, it's no longer there. So the Netflix did something that actually still keep their business floating now. They all have, instead of you going to buy numerous cassette or DVD plates and cassette and all of that, you just subscribe and you watch your movies at the comfort of your home. You sit down, cross your leg on your bed, and you're watching your movies there, as many as you want. And is their business not thriving? I need a response. Is it not thriving? So look at that, invest on technologies. And that's a lot. The issue of technology cannot be overemphasized in this hard time. It does a lot. In fact, for people in financial institutions will tell you, because they lose a lot of money, but with the introduction of technologies, you see that the fraud detection rate is actually high, and they're able to minimize loss. They reduce cost of fraud. Okay, so local content. We are in Nigeria. I don't know the country wherever you are at this moment. You look at the local content, local indigenous products that you can venture into, services and all of that, and reduce so that you not just rely on importation. That will reduce cost and a lot of stress for you. Partner and collaborate with other people. Forge strategic alliance with local businesses. It could be local and international, as the case may be. Startups and innovation. Just don't sit there that you know it all. The sky is too wide to fly, for every bird to fly. So you can thrive by leverage. Can you only leverage on other people's strength, time, opportunity, and all of that. Okay, so you look at another thing, be innovative. I've mentioned it before when we're talking about agility. Be innovative. Customer retention, focus on building strong relationship and loyalty. It's massive. Make sure that you keep your old customers while you're looking for new customers. Build skills, invest in employees. This is time. You don't just throw them away like that for you to achieve maximum input or output in your business. You have to train your staff to be up to date, improve their capacity so that their productivity level will be increased. Market segment, you have to target a specific customer segment with tailored product and services. Don't just create a product and just throw it there for everybody. No, be direct, be intentional about your product. Okay, you will also look out for government incentives. Explore government programs and initiatives that is supporting businesses, okay, such as a lot of them. There are a lot of them out there, a lot of them in Nigeria. You can just explore all of them. I don't want to mention one or two anyway, but then if need be, we can actually go ahead and do that. Okay, so embrace e-commerce. Okay, I've mentioned that online platform. Focus on essential needs, provide products and services that cater to basic needs, food, health, beautiful. I know of someone that's had a boutique and all of that in at some point he just told me, I need a loan. I said, for what? He said, I need to expand my business and all of that. I said, okay, now calm down. What do you want to venture into? He said, I want to add this and that. And when I look at this whole thing, I told her, look at what is happening. What can you do? Think about what you can sell, what you can add to this your business that will be moving. You sell clothes once in a while, okay? Once in a while. And before the income, before another income coming, the money is gone. Okay, I say, look at what can you do? Look inward and look outward and let's see what happens. And at the end, came up to tell me that, okay, I have thought of something. I want to venture into food store. I said, okay, beautiful. In this regard, we can now talk. And let me tell you today, the boutique is there, but nothing is coming in. But the food store is thriving. So look at the area, the essential products that here. A lot of people are going through a lot. Some cannot even afford 3 square meals, some cannot afford 2. So you look, is it clothing that they will not come and buy? So be creative, think of what is going to happen next. Okay, so having done that, I think there's a duplication here, SWOT analysis, we've talked about it. So develop a scenario and the contingency plan. Prepare potentially for the future scenario. Okay, so when you have done this, these are just few strategies that I mentioned here. Take this from me. Some of the tips, personally, I don't know if I still have time, but then personally, I would like you to have this the back of my mind. Take it from me, okay? In this trying time, whether you are in business or you're not in business, I would like you to maintain positive thinking. Avoid negative thoughts. Avoid negative thoughts, okay? Avoid negative talk and negative people. Because those negative people will waste your time. Think on those things that matter. And at this point, think of those things that matter. Save time and money. Like if you're able to look at these strategies critically, you see that if you are being intentional, you're going to save a lot of money and all of that. Okay, sorry, I don't have that in my slide, okay? But then I'm just giving it out. So think out of save time and money. Pay attention to your finances. Pay attention. We have learned how to financial strategies today. Look at all of those things and put it into action. Don't be idle. Do something. Try something. Let your hand be doing something, because permit me, like the last speaker said, permit me. He said, whatever you find doing, do it well, and God will bless the labor. I don't want to put it the way it is anyway, but then you must have something you are doing before you can be blessed. You bless your handwork, but if you, in the case where you don't have anything doing, what are you doing? Don't stay idle. Get involved in your finances. If you already have a business that you're running, don't sit down or sit back and relax and say, okay, I have people placed there, here and there to, no, get involved in your business, especially in the financial aspect of it at this critical time. You don't leave it in the hand of accountants. Not that you don't trust them, fine, but then is best managed in your care. Okay, keep existing customers happy. Try something new and be fully involved. Okay, I've mentioned that, be fully involved. And I'll also like to tell you that you have to reduce some bottlenecks. If you have some in your business, minimize bureaucracy, ensure to write down the challenges you are facing in your business step by step on how you're going to come out of it. Step by step on how you're going to come out of it. And at the end of it all, also document everything. Document how you came out of it, the challenge was, how you came out of it at the end. You'll be able to share your testimony. Build a sound management team. Build a sound management team in your business so that at the end of it, you'll be able to smile. Okay? So call to action. Like we have, I encourage each and every one of us to apply insights gained today, both from the beginning of this training to the end. Embrace strategic planning principle to foster resilience in your personal and your business career and all of that, opportunity and miss. All right. So having said this, I've come to the end of, because of the time we have, to just put an end to it at this moment. And I'll say thank you very much. Next slide.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mrs. Alabi, for that amazing session. Please, can we appreciate her before we start taking our questions? Please, let's appreciate her on the comment section. Let's appreciate her in the comment section. All right, so we're going to take questions now. Okay, before I come to you, Jason, there's a question in the chat room already. And I believe it's a practical question. And like I said, any one of us here can also try to answer the question beyond the facilitators, because I also believe that a lot of us here are professionals and we can also provide insights. But the question is, if for someone in bakery business and the person is concerned about the hike in the cost of production. So it's a long question, but I'll just summarize. So it's basically concerned about hike and the price of production. And he's saying the problem is this: as the cost of production seems unlimited, there's a limit to how you can increase your prices, right? And the example here is bread. And I say, what mechanism are we going to adopt in this kind of dilemma? So this person is basically trying to find out what can he do, and that is Dixon Chukuma, right? So please, yeah. So that's basically it. What can he do? What mechanism can he adopt in this kind of dilemma where the cost of production, is ever increasing? Thank you.
Okay. Let's look at it from this. Do we have anyone that wants to contribute? Is that the only question? Can we take another one? Is that the only question in the first place?
Okay, someone's hand is up. So, Jason, I believe your hand is up. Yeah. So, Jason, ask your question. Yeah. So she can take, or can take both of them. So.
Thank you, madam, for the insightful presentation. My question is not really from the presentation per se, but when you were being introduced, You were introduced as the registrar of the Training Institute for Non-Banking Financial Institutions. In these hard times, I think these institutions are are the biggest rescuers that you will need. I don't know if you can shed more light on what exactly you do and how it can assist small businesses like our own. Thank you.
Okay. Please,
All right,
what do
there's
you
another
do?
hand.
Okay.
Do you want to take these ones or should I take the?
Okay, I just want to get, I will take it together. What is business does he do right now? Like what type of business does he do?
Well, I'm into micro lending, but on an informal scale.
Okay, it's okay. Okay, let's take another question.
All right, Dr. Oluremi, please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. Alabi, for your class. It was a nice one. Mine, I was tempted not to ask this question or to give a little contribution until maybe we take the whole classes. Because when Dr. Lucas was giving us that beautiful presentation, I enjoyed it. And I want to state at this point that I am in this class for myself first. When I say it for myself first, it's so that I can have some mental stability and to tap strength, okay? Some time ago, like I said, I'm a civil servant. Some time ago, and I know that the only business that civil servants are allowed to do, at least as before now, not now that some are politicians, is farming. And because my background is agric, I decided to have a small cassava farm, okay? To the extent that I joined a group, Farmers Association of Nigeria, and we were able to come up with some little loan from the agric bank. And someone like me, I went into farming. The first thing I saw was that cattle entered the farm. I think that is not enough. While I'm still trying to cope with that, those that were looking for bush meat set fire in the farm. I don't want to bore you, but at the end of the day, he was at a loss. Not only was it at a loss, the loan that was given on to me, I was told that even if I don't pay back in the next 10 years, I will pay back the loan. So I now asked them, where is the place of insurance? That's number one question when it comes to business. Then secondly, sometimes things are not really the same as when you're on the field. I just looked at the contribution of the person that is into bakery. Okay, for that, when does that person go from there? Thank God I'm still in service. I had to bounce back after some years. But I'm telling you, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but we still have so many challenges in the environment we find ourselves when it comes to business. Most times it's not the same when you are practicing it. It's different when you are studying it, but when it comes to practice, what you face there can be very, very disheartening. But thank God for this class. And that's why I said this resilience is first for myself, to have the knowledge, to be able to have some emotional stability before I even come and say, okay, I understand this, let me move this in this direction. But honestly, I don't. Number one, where is the place of insurance for our businesses? Then secondly, it is not the same when you are on the field. I don't know how we are going to go about it, but it is tough when you are practicing this business in this environment we find ourselves in Nigeria. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Ma. Okay, I think we'll take this so that we don't miss out on anyone. Thank you very much for that insight. I can relate. I can relate. This issue of cattle and hunters. It's alarming, and we have seen a lot of that actually happen. And you also didn't mention some of the Fulani herdsmen and all of that. That is another area, because at some point some persons actually lost their lives in the process. Okay, I'm sorry you have to go through all of that. Like we mentioned, I don't know if you actually got into insurance and all of that at that point, because if you are insured, if that business is actually insured, the insurance company has to step in. Okay, we have a lot of professionals here. Just speaking because I know that we have quite a number of them that can equally come up and speak on this. But if you have insurance cover on that the farm that you had, of course, the insurance company has to come in. And good thing we have the Nigeria NAIC, Nigeria Insurance and all of that, and we also have some independent insurance companies. Maybe my advice is to get insure your businesses, and take it from there. Though some of the professionals will take it. Okay, so thank you. I don't know if that actually helped, but I know that we can actually, the director of this institute can also, like some of those impact we have here, you can actually take some of the points that is being raised here and see how we can approach the government to ensure that the citizens are getting attention in the areas they need it, actually. So thank you very much for that. Secondly, I'm going from the last to the first. Someone asked, what can AMFIN Institute do for small businesses? Okay, let me start by saying that one, you are into micro lending. Have you heard of Association of Non-Bank Microfinance Institutions of Nigeria? That is first. I don't know if he's still muted, if he's still unmuted.
Yeah, I'm here. I've heard about it, but it was in the news. I heard it in the news.
Okay.
But I don't know anything about how to join, how to benefit from their programs. I don't know anything about that.
Okay. We should at the end of this slide, I think you have my contact there. We can take it from there because we have a lot of body for the benefit of, you have to belong to the umbrella body, the microfinance network, where you have all that you need. The Association of Non-Bank Microfinance Institutions is actually put in place to self-regulate the non-banks, okay? To self-regulate the non-banks. You know, the banks are being regulated by Central Bank of Nigeria, but CBN gave the mandate to AMFIN, Association of Non-Bank Microfinance Institutions of Nigeria, to self-regulate the non-banks. So with that, there are 5 cardinal objectives for that, the mandate given to them. One is to build the capacities of its members, link them to financial access to funding, okay? Build their capacity, link them to funding, advocate for them, introduce enhanced technological use for their businesses, okay, and lots more. There are a lot of benefits of being with that association. So if you are there, automatically you enjoy all the benefits of the institute, okay? So you can take my contact, you can take my email and phone number and chat me up or call me after this lecture so that I can send you the requirements of how to become a member of that association. And from there, you start benefiting from all that it has. For the sake of people that are not into microfinance industry, that are not into micro lending, okay, AMFIN Inclusive Finance Training and Research Institute is actually a sister organization to AMFIN, okay? What we do there, we set up businesses. We have consultancy aspect of it where we do business setup, train the small and medium enterprises, individuals, and skill acquisition. Is a professional training institute, okay, where you can also obtain career paths. You have other training activities that you have here. We train individual, we train, and you can also become a member of the institute, just like you're a member of the IIPM, okay? And I'll be glad to also let you know that the partnership with IIPM is also in progress, all right? So if you're a member of this IIPM, you also get more information concerning the AMFIN Training Institute, as the case may be. So thank you very much. I don't know if that helped in responding to your question. So moving to the that is a very technical one, and I wouldn't want to say it's a hard nut to crack, but we all know what is really happening. I don't know. We have top government officials here. We also have the the director of this institute. I believe if we all come together and, one of the major reasons why all these things are happening is poor governance that we have in this country. And we believe that very soon, God will help us to come out of it. I don't know how to go about this, but we can actually take it, since it's talking about a personal business. We're going to talk about this, like Doctor said, it's more of consultancy, all right? So, but we all need to put our heads together to see how we can get out of this hard time all together, because together we can, but individually we cannot. So thank you very much.
All right. Many thanks again, Mrs. Alabi. Thank you for all the insightful answers, and thank you again for the presentation. All right, please, let's all feel free to, you can send your contributions to the chat room, right? In line with the questions have been asked. If you have any contributions, if you have any insights, please feel free to share them so we can all pick them from there and learn together. All right, Dami, you can take it from here. Thank you.
All right, thank you once again, Mrs. Regina, for this wonderful section. Thank you for your time. Thank you for everything you've done for us today. And thank you once again, Mr. Chidike. All right, now we need to move quickly to the next agenda. We have IIPM membership and induction awareness. IIPM membership and induction awareness. I would like to call on our Vice President in the person of Dr. Mrs. Ifeoma Eze to quickly run through the process of IIPM membership and induction awareness because of our time. All right, if you can hear me, Dr. Ifeoma, please kindly unmute from your hand and proceed, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Damilola. And thank you so much, Lady Regina and Dr. Lucas. Your presentations have been very, very insightful. In fact, like one of the ladies who responded to the teaching said, I am here for myself, and a lot has been learned. And I believe that what we have learned, we'll be able to implement it in our businesses and in our careers so that we can do better and stand stronger and maintain both mental and physical toughness, even in difficult times. All right, so I'm just here to make Congress announcements based on member and membership matters. I know that most of us are already members and some of us are aspiring members. So I'd like you to know that we have annual subscription fees that we pay here at IIPM. And the essence of these fees is for continued educational purposes. So like this particular Congress that's going on, for everyone who is a member who has participated, you get your certificate free of charge because you're already a member. But for those who are not members, they will have to pay for it. So from time to time, free trainings, free educational programs come up because because you're a member, you have access to these things free of charge. Also, there are times that you need a material or a resource for your presentation, even in your own office. You can call on us. If it's something that we already have, we can help package it for you, because these are just one out of many advantages that you have from being a member. So we want to encourage everyone to pay up your annual subscription. And then we have 3 categories of membership. We have associate membership, we have full membership, and we have fellow level. Now, for associate membership, we have to pay 10,000. In one whole year is an annual subscription, right? So in 10,000, even if you don't want it to stress, you can decide to be paying 1,000 every month. In 10 months, you have been able to pay your associate membership. If you're a full member, you are supposed to pay 15,000 naira. and the equivalent is $40. For the associate membership, the equivalent is $25. And if you're a fellow, it is 20,000 for the whole year. All right. Let me put only at the back of it so that you will understand. It's 10,000 only for associate, 15,000 only for full member, and 20,000 only for fellow. Please kindly pay to the account showing on your screen, the IIPM account, GTB account. For international participants, we have a lot of participants who key in from Ghana, from other parts of the country, even from the USA. Please use the paystack.com link to pay. Somebody's asking what's the difference between associate and full membership. I'll be answering that question at the end of this announcement. But let me share with you the benefits of becoming a member of the Integrated Institute of Professional Management, IIPM. One of the benefits is that you gain professional recognition. IIPM is recognized globally. It's not a local thing, it's recognized globally. And if you have any certificate with us, you can go to your LinkedIn and upgrade your information there. It's recognized in not just one country, but globally. You have networking opportunities. Just in this class, there are many directors amongst us. There are many deputy directors amongst us. There are many high-class businessmen and women amongst us. There are permanent secretaries. And when you find yourself in a place like this, in a community like this, you see that networking opportunities becomes a huge blessing, not just to your personal life, but also to your career. So you also have continuous professional development. I mentioned this earlier. You don't just become a member and then remain stagnant. No, there is room for you to keep learning, keep improving, keep developing. And in fact, we have some free online courses that when you participate in, it adds to your CPD. So these are things that are very, very important. There's also the benefit of career advancement. I know a number of people who attended certification programs here in IIPM. Immediately they were done. They were all promoted in their workplaces. You know, career advancement is necessary. And I know many of you heard of the memo from the head of service concerning civil servants to go and get more certifications and attend professional courses. It's essential. It's something you cannot do without in times like this. Your degree certificate is no longer enough. You need to add certifications to your degree certificate. So I'm encouraging those who are not yet members, if you are here and you're still considering it, this will be a wonderful opportunity for you to become a full member of the Institute. All right, so another benefit is the discounts and the special offers. We give lots and lots of discounts from time to time, and becoming a member gives you access to those discounts and special offers. Also, you have access to our resources and publications. You know, I mentioned this earlier, one of the directors called us. He was supposed to make a presentation on a particular topic. He had tried to gather resources. The things were not really coming up. He just quickly remembered that we handled a course similar to the title he was working on. He quickly called, and because his membership subscription was up to date, we furnished him with all the resources that he needed, and quickly he was able to prepare his presentation, and he wowed his audience because he has that kind of access, because he was a member. So another benefit of becoming a member is that you also have leadership and volunteering opportunities. Many members of IIPM are leaders in their organizations right now. Some of them are even volunteering for global organizations, international organizations, and so forth. They are expanding and doing well. In fact, I had the opportunity of having a particular brigadier general in my class on emotional intelligence one of the times. And when he finished that class, do you know that he has been going from different military states and organizations from one to another. You know, he's been, in fact, he's currently in Auchi. You know, he has been posted. He has his level has been he has been promoted, and he has been given several leadership opportunities. I think he's now the one in charge of their is it the leader, the schooling, there's something there's an actual name they call it, but it has to do with the NDA, where they teach the academy, where they teach upcoming military people. You know, he has gotten several leadership opportunities and volunteering opportunities as well. And this is just one out of the numerous social reports that we have gotten from people who have attended, who are members of IIPM. You know, because I'm just doing an announcement, time will fail me to mention so many other reports, you know, and testimonials of people who are advancing in their career, in their careers and businesses, simply because they are members of IIPM. You also get another benefit, and it's a wonderful one, which is mentorship and guidance. You know, there are people who have done what you're trying to do in this place, in this class right now. There are people who have at the verge of retirement. They have done the work that you are trying to start. They have gotten the results that you are still trying to work out. And because of that, they can lend their mentorship to you. See the presentations we had today. Most of them were products of experience. An experience you cannot buy in the marketplace, right? So mentorship and guidance is one of the benefits that you get from being a member of IIPM. And that one is advocacy and representation. Here, you meet different people who have different interests, who have different advocacy groups that they are part of, and they can assist you with any cause that is dear to your heart. You also get global recognition and mobility, and this is very, very essential, a very essential benefit for becoming a member at IIPM. There is more, but these are the few ones we want to share with you. Now, there are 3 different membership levels. I've said that before. There's associate membership and full membership and fellow membership. Now, somebody asked the question, what is the difference? Now, see the difference. For the associate membership level, you need to have 3 to 7 years experience, all right, before you can become an associate. But if you have much more than that, like 8 to 14 years experience, then you can become a full member. But if you have had 15 years of experience in your career path, in your field, then you can become a fellow. However, the prices for being inducted into those levels are different. For the associate, you have to pay $100,000. That is about $100. For the full member, you have to pay 120,000 naira. That's about $120. And for the fellow, you have to pay about 150,000 naira, which is about $150. Now you can become a member today because you are in this class today, like right now. You can become an associate with your 3 to 7 years experience for 85,000 naira. That's for $85. I told you that there is always a discount when you work with us, okay? Now, for full membership, you can have that for 100,000 naira, and for fellow, you can have that for 135,000. That's an opportunity and a discount that is available for you because you are in class today. Please, I want to encourage you to make good use of this discount opportunity. On a regular day, the prices are the ones up on your slide, but because you're in class today, these ones below are the discounted price for you and for you alone. I thought I would be getting some kind of happy claps in the chat room. Please take note that our next induction ceremony will be coming up on August 8, 2024. Please, everyone who wants to be a member should mark that date and do everything in your power. Make up your payments so that you can be inducted on that day. On that day, you'll be wearing our gown, taking photographs, receiving handshakes, receiving our pin and lapels, and it's going to be a wonderful day. And not only that, there'll be other trainings and conferences. And not only that, not only will you be having that. You not only will you be inducted, you will also obtain your membership certification and your management consultant certification. That's wonderful, like a 2-in-1 package. This is special for everyone who is in this class. Somebody's asking the location for the induction. Make sure that you are part of our WhatsApp group. Make sure that you join the WhatsApp group. We have a WhatsApp group. The link will be sent to the chat room right now. Make sure you join the WhatsApp group so that you can get information as the days draw nearer. We'll be able to give you the exact location for the induction, and you can be available physically, or you can also join online. So we have an online and in-person opportunity. You can join online, you can also join physically. You can decide to travel for it. If you're outside Abuja, if you're within Abuja, you can also be available. Now the link has been posted on our chat room, so just quickly go there, click on the link and join the WhatsApp group so that any information concerning the induction will get to you on time. So get inducted today and obtain your membership certification and become a member of the very reputable IIPM. Now, pay today to secure your discounts. Remember, you can become a member today. So the account number displayed on the screen is the account number to pay in. Kindly pay to 088-451-7859. Let me say it again, 088-451-7859. And the account name is Integrated Institute of Professional Management. The bank is GTB. For international participants, kindly pay online. You can use the paystack.com/pay/IIPM to make your payments. All right, so we have a membership education program, and this MEP is all about making sure that there is continuous educational improvement and professional development for all members. Make sure that you're a part of it and you will not regret the decision to join. I already see people sending in the chat room, I have joined the WhatsApp group, Please keep joining and make sure that you're a part of this wonderful professional family. All right, at this point, I'll be handing over to Dr. Trustlin to speak more about the member education program. Thank you so much for being a part of this class, and thank you for being attentive up till now. I'm sure you have gotten a lot of value for the time you have invested today. Do enjoy the rest of your day, and Dr. Trustlin, you have our attention.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please,
okay,
the floor
is yours. Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Let me not call myself doctor because it's still in view. I'm Trustlin Akalezi, and I'm going to take us on member education program. Thank you, Dr. Ifoma, because you've done
doctor in view is already doctor by welcome, our doctor.
Okay, thank you, man. So Dr. Ifoma has done justice to the whole of things about IIPMI. So my work is just very simple, to update us about the member education program. What is the member education program? The member education program is an initiative designed to provide members of IIPMI with continuous learning opportunities to enhance their professional skills and knowledge. What you've just learned today, or what we are learning today about resilience, we are not stopping. We will continue. So there are programs to keep us updated on skills, on what is happening, on contemporary issues. So it's not just a one-thing program, it's a continuous thing. So the member education program is there, designed to keep updating us on these skills and knowledge. So the program includes various educational offerings, such as workshops. We do have workshops. We do have seminars, online courses, webinars, and certification programs. Like the one we are having today is a certification program, and it is absolutely free. All aimed at what? Supporting members in their career development and keeping them updated with the latest industry trends and best practices. Through this program, members can gain what? Access to expert instructors, like we just heard today, and we are still going to hear more about the instructors that are expert in their fields, coming to teach us, coming to give us knowledge, coming to update us on the experiences they've heard, and they are sharing it with us free of charge. So practical learning experiences, we talk about practical learning experiences, like Dixon said about his bread business. We are going to share practical experiences and give our ideas on how we can navigate through those challenges. And networking opportunities. Thank you for Mrs. Alabi. She did not only give us what the non-microfinance is all about. She said, you can reach me so that we can discuss more. That is what we do here at Member Education Program. We will share our contact because networking do what? It boosts businesses. So to advance our careers and achieve professional growth. So what are the benefits of Member Education Program of the IIPMI? Enhanced knowledge and skills, which Dr. Ifeoma has expounded upon when she was talking about being a member. Up-to-date industry information. What is happening today? What are the things, the challenges, the issues that we're having today? Members Education Program will give you expert instructors who will come up with such up-to-date industry information. Then access to expert instructors. We have beautiful instructors here that you can always have access to them. They are not tight-fisted. They are open. They are consultants. They're open to discuss what your issues are and give you solutions to them. Then flexible learning options. Flexible learning options. You can see that we are learning online. We are not telling you that you must come physically. Those are days of non-hybrid time. But thank God for the hybrid time that we can come physically and also online to learn. Then certification and accreditation. Dr. Ifeoma has expanded on that. Then practical and applied learning. Practical and applied. I'm always interested in practical learning, not just talking about theory, story, just practical, what is happening today, how can we navigate those challenges? That is what we do here at IIPMI. Then professional networking, which we have been told to send our names, what we do, so that if I see what you're doing and it appeals to what I'm doing, I can always call you and we will share knowledge, share partnership, and share networking. Then continuous learning opportunities, that when you finish learning is when you die. As long as you're alive, you keep learning because every day we learn new things. Then career advancement supports. Dr. Ifeoma has also expanded on it, giving us an example of that military guy that was came to our emotional intelligence class and the way that class boosted his career. All right, then increase professional credibility. By the time you learn what we learn here at IIPMI, by the time you go to your office, there's this change in you in terms of ethics, integrity. You want to show yourself that, yes, you know what you are doing. You have upskilled. And because of that, your ethics, your ethos increases. Are you getting it? Your integrity level increases. That is what, and before you know it, your professional level also have credibility. And people can always tell others that, please go and meet this consultant. She knows or he knows what he's doing. Then cost-effective training, massive discounts. Dr. Ifeoma has also expanded on it about how we give discounts on everything that we do, on our trainings, on our certification. There is always that massive discount because we want people to Have I been speaking to myself?
No, you were just cut off for just a minute. Please
Hello?
continue. We can hear you.
Okay, was I cut off somewhere?
Just for a minute, not too much.
Okay. Where did I cut off? Hello?
Just at this point that you are talking on now.
Okay. So I'm through. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Trustlin. Thank you for your wonderful time, for that comprehensive information. All right, so this is the next program when it comes to membership education program. We have certification attached to this particular program that is coming up, certificate course in generative AI for business. And the date is July 18th, 2024. July 18th, 2024. And venue will be Zoom. We don't want any restriction. That's the reason why it's strictly Zoom. And most likely, we'll actually live stream it on YouTube as well. So whichever way. And for members, it will be 10,000 Naira. That is $15. And for non-members, it will be 15,000 Naira, which is $20. Okay, so that's for the next program we are having by July 18th. Venue to be on Zoom. And we want you to kindly look at some of our social media handles. Kindly follow us there, IPM, Integrated Institute of Professional Management. We're on Facebook. We're on LinkedIn as well. There will be more information sharing on that platform in case if you're not getting across to us through some of the other mediums, maybe WhatsApp or whatever. And you can also private chat myself or the executive director or any of the person that I've spoken today. You can reach out to them for more information. And we also be good with that. So would like to encourage every one of us to do the needful when it comes to that. This is still IIPM. We've said a lot about IIPM. You know what we stand for. We are a reputable professional training and certification body with the necessary accreditation and compliances committed to providing high-quality training and certification program that meets needs of both private and public service sector, approved by the Federal Ministry of Education, Nigeria, Nigeria Council for Management Development, Chartered Institute of Professional Management Consultants, United States of America, and Society for Human Resource Management, USA. Over the years, we have trained and certified professionals from over 25 countries and MDAS in Abuja, from directorate level officer to junior officers. So this is what you need to know about IIPM. We can overemphasize some of the things that we've done before now, and the necessary information you need to gather if you are not, of course, you can trust us. So this is the necessary things that you need to know about us. If there's more information, as I said earlier, you can as well ask question. And you can see some of the things displayed on the screen. Certification for this program this program is for free, but there's certification attached to it. There's certification attached to this program. Financially up to date members, free. They are getting this certificate for free. As Dr. Ifoma said earlier, these are the benefits attached to those that have joined us and that have become part of us. So we are getting this certificate for free. And that is strictly for those that are up to date, those that are paying their annual due. All right. So for non-members, it's just 5,000, which is $10. And I think we need to just stop for now from there so we can proceed to the next section. I think we still have about 2 sections to go because of our time. So I will quickly call on Dr. Banito to kindly introduce our next speaker, our next trainer for the next section. Dr. Banito, please, if you can hear me, kindly unmute from your end and go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you so much, Dami. Thank you so much, Mrs. Alabi, for that wonderful section. Thank you so much, Dr. Ifeoma. Thank you so much, our prospective Dr. Truslin. And thank you to everyone for having been here to this point. So we'll try to round up this program. We're expected to stop by 2:30, but from the look of things, it's like we may have a drag by 20 minutes or thereabout. So I will be introducing our next speaker that will be taking us on career resilience. Our next speaker is Barrister Gabriel Ayosase. He's a fellow of IPM and fellow of different other institutes. He's a special advisor to the Niger Delta Power Holding Corporation, Abuja, and he's a senior legal and regulatory consultant. He's also a senior management consultant and a strategic management consultant. Time will fail us to talk so much about his own part, but I think in this class, he's or in the IPM Fellows Board, he is one whose experience through the career path is enough to encourage us to become resilient. I think he has shared a little of his career path once in one of our discussions, but now he has the full time to use that story to impart much more people. So I would like to invite Barrister Gabriel Ayosase to please take over the podium. Please, sir, you're welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Okay. Dr. Banito and the team there at IIPM, I want to thank you for inviting me to this Congress meeting. I want to make two quick observations. The first one is, I'm looking at the time. This program was scheduled to end around 2:30, but you can see it's after 2 now, and we still have 2 or so sessions to go. So I'm very conscious of time. The second caveat I want to make is that I have observed that from about 35 or 36 people at a point, here we have 24 remaining. That means that some people are dropping out. We must be conscious of that. Thirdly, I want to also, I don't know whether this is an apology or not, but I want to point out that I don't have a paper presentation. I don't have a slide. And it is for a good reason. I observed that the previous speakers, you know, have already laid down the fundamentals of resilience and also given us nuggets on how to be both resilient in business, resilient in our finances, and all of that. What I want to do now is to focus on, you know, career resilience, which is the topic I have to address here. You will pardon me, I don't intend to go into the theoretical underpinnings. That has already been done. I'm glad that Dr. Banito made a good presentation to give us the foundation of what resilience is and the psychology, you know, around it. You will permit me to use my own experience. Is the best I can, you know, use for this purpose, because I see myself also as a model of resilience in career. And I'm going to make this conversation as interactive as possible. My teacher once told me that if you want to understand the subject, Then you go down to the etymologies, understand the concepts behind the topic before you can proceed. So can I ask someone among us to just quickly let me know what career is? What's a career? Hello? I hope I'm not speaking to myself.
No, sir, you're loud and clear, sir.
Okay, so I just like someone to, just intervene quickly. What's a career? I don't want us to be discussing this in vacuum. Let us discuss as people who understand exactly what we are dealing with. Can someone tell me what a career is? Any takes? Okay, I can see this, the path someone has chosen to get to the top echelon. Yeah, possible. Any other takes? Okay, now you can see that we need to give ourselves a little understanding of what a career is. Someone says an occupation undertaken for a significant period of a person's life with opportunities for progress. I take this. This is very good. A career is, apart from being a chosen path, like someone else said, must be an occupation or a profession that one has chosen to pursue in life. And career could change, from time to time, from organization to organization, depending on what your overall goal is. I take me as an example. By training, I'm a lawyer. Got called to the Nigerian bar 1985. That's about 39 years ago. My path as a lawyer started with a challenge. First, immediately after NYSC, I had a benefactor, a lawyer who was in the military and was going to start a law office where I will manage, along with someone, a friend of his who became a governor. So I was to manage that law firm. Before we could take off, this benefactor had a major accident that took him abroad for a long time. And so that law office didn't take off. It was a huge setback for me because coming fresh out of NYSC, it was like I was already going to enter into a law office as the principal manager of the office. I now needed to think out quickly what to do. I have chosen to be a lawyer, but as you go along with me, you will discover that I have veered off into all kinds of knowledge areas. You will discover that. This morning, when Dr. Benito asked me for my CV, I sent him an abridged version, which is 10 pages. And I just asked him, extract whatever you find relevant for us here so that we can use it this afternoon for this conversation. And so, as a lawyer, I have developed myself beyond the realm of law. But I can tell you that all these spheres of knowledge that I have accumulated over the years has made me a unique kind of lawyer, because I have devoted most of this career path of 39 years, most of it dedicated to legal practice, legal consulting, then working in the public service, 3 times as advisor, both in the regulatory space, the policy, and now in the market participation area. But I'm still functioning as a lawyer. But you will discover that at every point that I was challenged on any role I picked, I went to pick up skills. Okay, having looked at that as our basis for conversation on career, we will now focus on resilience. What is resilience? Like my previous speakers have ably, enunciated. Resilience, it's all about the capacity. It's the capacity to recover or adjust very quickly to changing circumstances, mostly misfortunes or setbacks. It's just like bouncing back when you have a major challenge in your career path. It's like, how do I survive in this kind of situation? What do I do to move on? You must ask yourself those questions. But before these questions are asked, there is a point of preparation. If you are not prepared, a setback, sometimes it may be a midlife crisis. You run into a difficult situation and career is like it's stalled. But if you have prepared yourself, you'll be able to pull through. You will be able to bounce back. Now, there are two fundamental things that resilience, is comprised of. First, for you to be resilient, like all other previous speakers have said, you must make adequate strategic plan. You must think ahead. You must set goals for yourself. Because without goals, you can hardly attain anything. So in setting these goals, you must also establish the strategies on how to achieve them. That's the first one. The second one is your mindset. Very, very, very important. Your mindset is the second most important ingredient of resilience, because you need that to drive you. A never give up attitude, a positive, mind, that these two shall pass away and you will come out victorious. Once you imbibe that thinking, the challenges that come, you just look at them as, okay, this is an opportunity for me to get better. I share another experience with you. Why have I become so ravenous for knowledge? My first experience, after I entered practice, I was working in a law firm, And I'm from Benue, by the way. Our state bank, known as Lobby Bank, then was a partnership between the government of Benue State and Korea Exchange Bank. So the first management of that bank were foreigners from Korea. They were Koreans. And my firm was the, I hope you are following me, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, my firm, law firm, were the sole excellent solicitors to the bank. And by the time they saw the work I was doing for that firm, for the bank, they poached me. I came into the bank as a legal officer after 2 other lawyers. Now, by the time I came in, things began to change. Management began to see the work I was doing, and they were taking special interest in me. The MD gave me an assignment to give him an opinion about a certain provision of the that law they call BOFIT, Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act. Then it was a decree. And I got this opinion, thought I had done a wonderful legal research. And I ended by saying that this is what the law says. Nothing short of this will suffice. And I thought that was a wonderful advice I gave. When the MD saw that advice, he was livid, called me into his office, lambasted me, threatened to dismiss me from, the work, because it was like that was not the kind of advice he was looking for an in-house lawyer, an in-house counsel whose advice is required to promote the business and not to, like throw spanners, legal spanners in the wheel. What he meant was, well, the position has a law. Does the position provide options by which he can go and achieve his goal? I looked at it and he said, does this law provide an option of say, fine, assuming I do this thing that you are saying I cannot do, and I earn more money from it, and I'm able to pay the fine, what have I lost? I'm accountable to my shareholders. I must make profit. So if you are going to give me any counsel, that counsel must be to drive that goal, not to frustrate it. That was the eye opener for me. So even as a lawyer, for you to be able to give a sound professional advice, first, you must understand your market, the industry in which you are operating. It's not just a law department, a legal department in a bank. It's not a law office. It is, the legal department is an enabler. So within the context of the law, you must also give opinion that will facilitate the business. And to do that as an in-house counsel, you must understand management. You must understand strategy. You must understand finance. This was when I now began to go out, quickly became a member of the, Institute of Chartered Bankers, went and did a management program at the BSU, and my eyes began to open better. And I became the favored legal officer out of the 3 senior ones I had. Shortly, they moved all of them out, and I became the head of department. Now, in the earlier presentation, we heard about resilience being bouncing back from setback, from misfortunes. But then there is another aspect of resilience. The change that may occur in your career path may not necessarily be negative. It may also be positive in the sense that you are moved onto a new role. You may be moved onto a new role that you are ill-equipped to deliver on. That itself becomes, it becomes an issue that you will have to deal with to prove that you deserve to be in that role. What do? So what sustains resilience is, constant learning, constant acquisition of skills. I now know that no knowledge is lost. No knowledge is lost. And I find serving in corporate organizations that law itself, and I'm a very proud lawyer for that matter, but I know that law itself do not make businesses grow. I want to be quoted on this anywhere. The law is an enabler. It creates an environment. What moves a business is the capacity in management, the capacity in strategy, the capacity in understand of financial literacy, and then the other dynamics that go on, how you relate, the contacts with the networks. That's what is needed. And so, as soon as I became the head of the department, new challenges came. I had to take responsibility over not just managing the personnel under me, managing the budget, contributing advice to the strategic achievement of the goals. To the achievement of strategic goals. These are not just legal issues. They're not. And from there, I went on and on, became certified in several institutions. But with time, I left the bank, and that was a major setback again in my career because that bank went under and was taken over by NDIC. It was a major setback. In other words, I had lost my job as the head of the legal department, a manager. But because I knew that I had capacity to do other things beyond law because of the experience and the knowledge I had acquired in other areas, an opportunity came for me to work at the ports, the Nigerian Ports Authority, and I moved to Lagos. As soon as I faced the challenge of managing some of the discharging some of the responsibilities I had in the port, it was a new terrain for me. completely new. I had to know the law of the sea, which I didn't know enough, even as a lawyer, because that is a different field altogether. Maritime law, all the issues associated with sale of goods and export and importations and all that goes on with port management. These were also new areas to me. I quickly went and took a master's degree in maritime and commercial law in LASU. This equipped me to be not just a lawyer, but has also become a port, manager. I performed well. Again, a setback came because a new government had come in and decided to prune organizations at the ports. And one of those organizations to be pruned was the one I was working for or with. And so again, I had to be out to, find what else do I do. At that particular time, the government of General Obasanjo, the new civilian government, now we are in 2002, thereabout, had planned, one of the strategic or cardinal policies was to fight corruption, all this advanced fee fraud and others. And I saw that as an opportunity. Quickly went and took a certification in fraud examination as a certified fraud examiner, and I became a trainer in fraud examination. Became registered with NITAD, Nigerian Institute of Training and Development, and began to train. Opportunities came for me. I took ICANN, ANAN, in this new area that was just emerging. And I became noted there. The chairman of EFCC then, Nuhu Ribadu, was at one of the programs where I facilitated a training on fraud detection, protection, prevention and prosecution. He was impressed with what I did. He invited me to be part of the committee for the establishment of the EFCC Training Institute. If you go to the records, you'll find my name is there. We planned the structure for that training institute, laid out the curriculum, everything. I'm saying this so that we will understand that if you have the right mindset, a setback in career, a setback in whatever occupation or profession you are pursuing, it will just open up new opportunities for you, and you will continue to be relevant. Honestly, throughout these 39 years or so, I have not had to be without a job for more than a year. In fact, less than a year, most times. Because the mindset I have is never to give up, never to let a setback keep me down. And I have this mindset because the trainings, the knowledge I have acquired, I have always wanted it to be available to be used. And so the opportunities come, and I have remained there. I have worked across several sectors in this country, some in very serious positions. By the way, I worked with NEP too between 19 between 2010 and 2015, I was with NEC. I left Lagos when I was doing all these trainings, and they came over to Abuja to NEC. As soon as I got to NEC, I found that a new challenge had come, because the power sector is a sector that very few people know about, even as lawyers. The agreements in the power sector are not the common agreements we see every day. When you talk about a power purchase agreement, that is an agreement that could go into hundreds of pages because of the details, the commercial considerations, the economic factors, the policy and political, all the issues go into making a power purchase agreement. You have to understand that. Talk about an EPC contract. That is the engineering, procurement, and construction contract. This is a contract that has like 3 or 4 different fields embedded in it, because you have to have an understanding of engineering, you have to have an understanding of procurement, construction, and finance, because that project has to be a bankable one to be financed. And so you have to understand all of this and put them in. So the knowledge of law alone is enough. It's not enough for one to be able to excel in these areas. So to serve NEC effectively, I also had to take a certification as a certified regulation specialist. That's a field not many people know about it, but it's there. That's where you have all the tariff experts, because setting tariffs, it's not an easy thing. You have to understand economics. You have to understand models, financial models, to be able to, sculpt tariff. And these are special skills. You won't just know them if you don't acquire them. So I got the certification from the IPP, that's Institute of Private-Public Partnership, IP3 in the US. I also had to go to International Law Institute, again in US, obtain certification as a public-private partnership specialist. These are fields that a lot of people don't know exist. And so, to be resilient in a career, it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work, investment in yourself. That's why I'm happy when Mr. Lucas focused on, even as a career person, having more than one stream of income, because you need this to develop yourself.
Wow. Thank you so much, sir. Please, we give you more 3 minutes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, because people can. All right, sir. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Yes, I will round up soon.
All right, in the next 3 minutes.
And so, maybe I will just run through a few things that can help us to develop career resilience. I will just run through this. I have itemized them. We are in a what they call VUCA world now: volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Things are happening, at the speed of light. The changes that are occurring, and they are also affecting careers, particularly transitions in careers. And so you have to develop the career resilience by doing some of these things. One, you must anticipate that there will be changes and prepare for them. You must be strategic minded, and you must be management oriented, knowing how to manage whatever resources that are at your disposal and how to take advantage of opportunities, and then apply your finances very well. Now, in your planning, you must have an idea of how do I confront this change that is coming. If you position yourself with a plan, it will be easier to cope. And then, one thing that is inevitable is knowledge, acquired knowledge. Venture out, take skills. I belong to several professional bodies, about 8 of them. My number one professional body is IIPM. With this institute, I have had 4 certifications. 4 certifications. Apart from being a fellow of the institute, I'm also a certified management consultant. I'm also a certified emotional intelligence professional. I am a certified strategic management professional. And I can't even remember the other one. There are too many. So when you develop yourself, it's easier for you. All the knowledge I've acquired came to play when I also served as a special technical advisor to the Minister of Power in the last regime before this one. It is from there I came directly to where I am playing a new role also as technical advisor. When you are resilient, when you have acquired the knowledge, they will seek out for you. And so if my model is anything that can challenge other professionals or career persons who are listening to me, I want to let you know that there is really no magic about it. In a career, you grow at your own pace. You become as relevant as you want to be if you choose to. I think this is where I have to stop. I can entertain questions if there are. Thank you very much for listening.
Wow. Thank you so much for your time, sir. We noticed that you have a lot to share with us, but because of our time, of course, we do not take this for granted. All those information, they're so educative for the next level of those that want to build their career in this time that we are in. All right, we want to quickly run through the next section because of our time, so we can combine all the questions together because of our time. We don't want to keep people waiting any longer. All right, so attendance will be posted in the comment section after the last session we are going to have. So I will use this medium of time to call on Dr. Banito to quickly introduce our next trainer to us in order to take it up immediately. Thank you. Doctor, if you can hear me, Dr. Banito, kindly omit from your hand, sir.
All right, thank you so much, Dami, and thank you so much, Barrister Gabe. Sorry, we will have to combine the 2 sections and the questions together because of time. But listening to you, sir, I felt so inadequate. I felt like I've not even started. In fact, it's like the session now, all the sessions have been for me, but this one particularly is like it was designed for me in person. I must say thank you, and thank you. One or two of the things I've gotten from your section is that career resilience is an investment of time, investment of resources, and being able to identify from being a lawyer to an accountant to forensic auditor to management consultant, and everyone you're doing so wonderfully well that even if they say everybody should lose their job today, there is a possibility that you might never lose relevance. Thank you so much for this eye-opener. And I'm taking this as a challenge on my own self, just like Dr. Oluremi said today. I'm taking this now as a challenge on my own self. Recently, I was considering registering for ICANN, but now you've given me the full backup to go and register and do more. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And with all of what we've seen, with all of the experiences shared, we can surely see that knowledge surely causes the face of men to shine. So the simple secret to career resilience is what? Study. Thank you so much. Okay, so without much ado, I would like to call on our next speaker. So maybe she will take just a few minutes, share brief thoughts. So microphone is echoing. She will just share with us briefly, then we will call it a day. Please, a short to take your attention. This microphone is echoing. Okay. So our next speaker is our mother, Dr. Foluke Oni. It was just less than 24 hours. Is it up to 24 hours or 12 hours that I informed her, and I know a whole lot. She's engaged with this season. I know a whole lot she's engaged with. So taking up this responsibility is a great honor to the Institute and every other member of the Institute. So we so much appreciate you. Dr. Foluke Oni is she's a fellow of the Institute, and also she's a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Administrators. She's currently the Director of Human Resources at the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, Abuja, and she is also a retirement planning consultant. So if you want to learn more about retirement and how to make the most of your retirement, she'll be in the best position to give you that counsel. And being in the position she is as a retirement consultant and as a human resource director, I think she should be able to teach us more, or just share with us briefly, maybe in the next 15 minutes, leadership resilience. How can organizations build teams that will succeed even in hard times as this? Please join me as we welcome Dr. Mrs. Foluke Oni as she shares with us on this section. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say a big thank you to the coordinators of this particular program. I know I've missed a lot on this plan, but now that I believe I will be having more time with this institute, they have really done a lot in my life, and I really appreciate it. I see this as an opportunity to say thank you over and over again. And I want to thank everybody for the resilience they have displayed in staying up to this time and listening and getting in all the things that we need to know, because these are hard times. Now, I just have a few minutes to tell us about resilience, leadership resilience, and that is how you can ensure that you build resilience in your workplace. The leader has to realize, number one, that they need to know and understand what is going on with the people. They need to know and understand what is going on. And a leader must be able to make sound decisions in the face of high pressure situations. And if you don't have that, it will be very difficult to be able to lead the people and to ensure that your team are working according to plan and that they are making progress in whatever they have to do. Like Dr. Benito has said, I have my background in the civil service. I don't know much about the private sector, but I know that human beings will be human beings anyway. So whatever applies to the to the public sector will at a level apply to the private sector too. So I will start with the leader. The leader, the quality the leader must have to be able to build resilience in both him or herself and in the people that is following him. You know, you'll be able to, the ability to stay focused, that's number one. The ability to make sound decisions, because at a lot of time you have to take a decision. And for example, now in the civil service, we see that when this situation started and the fuel was increased, or the transport increased, the first thing that some of the people did, you know, was to have a discussion with their junior colleagues and the people in the department, and they have to look into how they can minimize the amount they are spending. So some say, okay, let's do a roster. It is not official. So that's why I'm saying you should be able to make decisions. And doing the roster, having the work, the job, what you have to do, you have to set it. This is what you have to do. This is how can you accomplish this. As soon as you accomplish it, then you are free for the week. You know, all these things. These are just an example of making sound decisions in the face of high pressure situation. You have to, as a leader, you have to learn how to stay calm, because when there is a lot of trouble like that, people will always rush to you. And when they are panicking, and you yourself, you are panicking, then they know that they are in trouble. Then another thing is that a leader should be able to inspire confidence among other team members. It is not the end of the world. We have scaled through even worse situations in the service and even in Nigeria. And we scaled through it. We were able to get through this one also. We will get through. So that is the quality a leader must have. And then what he needs to build in the people that are with him in his team. Number one, he has to first of all create, you know, the environment, a transformative. I'm very sorry. The leader has to create an environment that is okay for communication, for collaboration, an environment that inculcates trust, and there has to also be, you know, dissemination of information, because where there are no information, rumor thrive. When the leader knows about this, you know, you will avoid the thriving of rumors as much as possible. So you allow the information to go around, make sure that now it is even very easy. A lot of departments within a ministry will have WhatsApp group. A lot of ministries have WhatsApp group that involves every member of that ministry. You have create WhatsApp group with union members, etc., for information dissemination, because it is very, very important. And then apart from giving out information, there has to be open communication. When you are dishing out the information, you have to get feedback. So this one is also very important for a leader to build among the people he is leading. And then each members must be empowered to contribute towards the team's objective, towards the office objective. We know that these hard times is not the time to quote public service rule on everything. Public service rule is very, very important. We follow it in total. But there will be some situations that may really need to, that you may really need to look at some other factors that can actually help to forestall whatsoever wants to happen, and then one will be able to make sure it gets out of the way. So we now go to building resilience in the workplace. I'm just rushing over what I have. You know, number one that is very, very important is that there has to be, you have to build a growth mindset, because the mindset of people goes a long way, to determine what they can achieve. And if you have a mindset that, okay, like they used to say about civil servants generally, they would say, whether Oga sells, this is a Yoruba adage, they say Ogata, Ogata, Uwalaru Akpe. I don't know. The interpretation is that whether the office makes profit or they don't make profit, at least because I am on salary, my salary will be paid. That is the mentality of civil servants. So many of them tend to stay away from work. But things are changing. A lot of civil servants are committed. So that is the mindset that needs to, first of all, be changed. Say, you not say they should know that I cannot afford transportation, so I will not come to the office. No. Or I cannot achieve this objective because there is no provision for it. No. The mindset has to be achievement. We have to do this for this reason, because the country has to move on. This country belongs to all of us, and we will not be in this situation forever. So there has to be a change of mindset. Then emotional intelligence is very, very important for everybody, especially for the leader. You have to nurture your emotional intelligence. Read books if you have to. Attend seminars if you have to. Make sure that you know how to approach everybody on individual basis. You cannot just group people together like that. Listen, have a listening here and let them know that you care. So then you have to, manage the people's expectation. You have to have problem-solving skills. You have to embrace adaptability while seeking and learning from opportunities. So the leader has to, first of all, build the resilience in himself, and then look at how he can transfer these things to the people that he is managing. I will give opportunity for questions because I'm very, very mindful of the time that I have. So this is where I'm going to stop. Thank you very much. Let's see.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for that session. All right, so we'll go straight to question and answer session. Like we said earlier, we're going to be combining the last session. That's the session on career resilience by Sir Gabriel, and then this last one on leadership resilience, like Dr. Okay. So please, if you have any for them, you also have the opportunity of asking any other questions that you wanted to ask from the previous session I haven't been able to ask. Please just indicate by raise hand and you be unmuted. If you also have any contribution, like we mentioned earlier, that we're going to also try to provide practical answers to some of the questions that were asked. So please feel free now, because this is the last session for this question and answers and contributions. So please, you can also send your questions or your contributions. You can send them to the chat room. But if you like to ask, please, we can unmute your mic so you can ask. So we're waiting for your questions and your contributions. Thank you. All right, any questions, contributions? Okay, I believe that we all have a lot to unpack from these sessions. A lot have been said, and of course, there are a lot to process. And I believe that with time, while we start to practice the things that we have learned, we may have the cause to ask questions. And of course, that's why we're also asking you to join the WhatsApp group and other platforms where we can continue the conversation, and you can always reach out and make sure that your questions are answered. Thank you so much, everyone. Damilola, is back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chidike. And thank you to our last speaker. We appreciate you so much, Doctor. Thank you for blessing us with this wonderful session. All right, so the attendance link has been posted in the chat room. kindly fill in the attendance for necessary information we may need from your hand. All right, so we just posted the attendance link, and the WhatsApp group link is also there. For more information, you can click on the link as well. It will take you directly to the group, so you can join us in the WhatsApp group as well. Okay, so we appreciate those that are joining us from YouTube as well. We appreciate your presence. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you. All right, so I will call on Dr. Banito for quick announcements before we end the Congress. Dr. Banito, please, over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dami. And I want to sincerely appreciate Dr. Foluke Oni, Barrister Gabriel Ayasase, for the sections being taken. I still feel so challenged with these last sessions because these provide a practical view to those of us that are leaders and those of us that are in the career world. You are a consultant, you are a manager, you are whatever thing you are. These two sessions have given us the opportunity to go back and review what we do as individuals in our career and in our businesses. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Barrister Gabriel. And for every talk, of every discussion being said here, I think I'm seeing reason why I should associate more with these people, especially putting them in my mentorship network now. I need to be much more guided. Okay. Dr. Oni, like I said, she's a retirement consultant, and she's currently working on a book which will be launched by July 4th. I'm sure when the book is out, it will be one that will serve both for the private sector and the public sector, and we'll be sure to share it with every member who wants to get a copy. You'll be willing to get a copy. We'll share the links and everything with you. Dr. Barrister Gabriel, thank you so much for the wonderful insight, Thank you so much, Mrs. Alabi Regina. Wonderful section. We have, I think that section is the section that if people want to cry, let them cry. If people want to smile, let them smile. But actually, it gave us the expository of current realities and then gave us also ways to take care of them. Okay, so thank you so much. And then to Dr. Lucas, it was a mind-blowing section. So after Dr. Lucas' session, you should have made up your mind on how you want to be financially, whether it is in hard time or it is in good time. You would have made up your mind on how you want to be financially. And to our council chairman, Dr. Kashim Ako, who started with us on the opening remark, we want to thank you. Every speaker here today were so entangled with one engagement or the other. Dr. Ako was traveling. Of course, he delivered the speech while traveling. Dr. Lucas was to be in Jos this morning. So I perceive immediately he finished, he had to be on his way to Jos. Dr. Oni, of course, like I said earlier, I know what her schedule is like at this point, okay, because I'm privileged to be a little close to her at this point. So I know what her schedule is like. Barrister Gabriel, that one is another topic of another day. His schedule is another wonderful thing. But in all of this, you all made it a point of duty, a point of responsibility to make sure that other members learn from you. Now, with what they've done, can we please, in the chat room, give them a round of applause? Can we please give them a round of applause? Everyone in the chat room, please, can we give them a round of applause? They deserve all the applause we can give. Okay, they deserve all the applause we can give. They deserve all the applause we can give. So please, let's give them a round of applause. Say a very big thank you to them for these sessions. And of course, none of them were pre-informed that someday, somehow, they will be in this position. So as a fellow, as a member, you can be called up any day, any time to also come and share your experience as regards to your own area of specialty. IIPM is Integrated Institute of Professional Management. So we are a body of different professionals. And by the time we all come to learn together and hold the hands of one another, we'll get better in the things that we do. So somehow, someday, we will call you to come and also make your own presentations and let us all share together. We would have given the time for business people around us to go ahead and also tell us a little about their businesses, those that are really into business, not those that are planning to become business owners, those that are really into business. So by the time we share the grace, and the grace goes around to everybody, if you wish to stay behind to just hear from one or two of our members who are full-time business MDs and all of that, that would be great. Now, coming in July, that's next month, we'll be having another member program. Now, in July, we'll be launching our coaching and mentoring program. Apart from our membership education program, we'll be launching our coaching and mentoring program. So we'll have our mentors and our coaches, and then other members who wish to be mentored by them. You can check through them and then find yourself in the most preferred group of mentorship that you need. Now, we understand that in this hard time, everybody needs to receive the necessary support that he can. We might not have the money to give you, but let's give you the experience, the knowledge, and the support we can. Okay? If you have anything you're doing right now and you think IPM should be able to help you out, if you are trying to start a business, I'm not saying start a business and you want us to give you money. We might not give you money. We'll direct you to Mrs. Regina. She can help you to secure loan if your business is lucrative enough. Okay, or if your business is valued enough. So let me use that word. But if you need any form of intellectual support, consulting support, mentoring support, please feel free to reach out this time. Now, importantly, if you've not signed the attendance link is still in the chat room. Please make sure you put up your attendance, because that is a requirement for your certificate. If you're a member, the certificate is free. That's if you're a member that have paid your subscription up to date. In fact, if you're a member, you've not paid your subscription, please do that today. Try and do that now. If I say today, that will be long. Try and do that now. Make sure you make your subscription. We don't use your subscription for operations in the Institute. We use your subscription to provide member programs to you so that you can remain updated. Okay. Our luncheon will soon be close by, and it is your subscription that we use to organize luncheon and organize programs as this. So please, if you've not subscribed for the year, if you've not paid your subscription for the year, please do so. If you have pending subscription, maybe you've not paid for 2023 and 2024, please make sure you clear them today. I believe every one of us already know our where we belong to in the we know where we belong to. So if you're an associate member, your fee is 10,000. If you're a full member, your subscription is 15,000. If you're a fellow, your subscription is 20,000. And then if you're an international student, associate is $25, full member is $40, and fellow is $65. Please, for any other question for this program, because we are trying to shut down as soon as we can. Any other question, please, you can go to our WhatsApp group, the general WhatsApp group, and put them there. All right. And importantly, we have several WhatsApp groups. So we are trying to shut down the ones that are no longer needed. So if you are not in the main group, which is the IPM Professional Development and Certification Community, please try and get to be there. Okay, try and get to be there. If you're not in the main group, try and get to be there, because the other groups will be shut down very, very soon. Okay, so we've mentioned some important things. We are launching our mentorship programs, and it's only exclusive to members. So if you've not subscribed, you'll be missing out We have our next program coming up in July. If you've not subscribed, you're also going to be missing out. If you want to become a member today, we've said several things. Dr. Ifeoma gave us a hint of all of the things needed. Just to recap, if you want to become a member, we'll have 3 levels of membership: associate, full member, and fellow. For associate, you need to be in the work experience level of 3 to 7 years, and that is $100,000 or $100. Full member, 18 to 40 years experience, and that is $120,000 or $120. The fellow, 15 years plus experience required, and that is $150,000 or $150. Now, if you want to become a member today, for attending this program, you want to take opportunity and leverage on the discount. If you want to pay today, if you want to become a member today, you can do that by paying very good discount. So for associate, you pay $85,000, and for full member, you pay $100,000. For fellow, you pay $135,000. And please note, it's just for today. So after today, the next mail you get from us on membership will be on the main fees as seen there. Now, whether you are paying for your membership fee or you're paying for whether you pay for your membership fee or you're paying for your subscription fee, please kindly pay to this account shown here. For the people that are taking the privilege of the discount now, your physical induction or the induction date, that's the day you'll be officially inducted to the Institute, is August 8th. So please put that at the back of your mind, and please note the discount available is only for today. So after today, if you still want to become a member, you have $100,000, $120,000, and $150 for associate, full member, and fellow. All right. Okay. Now we also want to use this medium to call on all of our members and all of our fellows and all of our associates to please be fully participative in all of the Institute's program. Okay, please kindly participate in all of the Institute's program, and also share the privilege of others becoming members. Invite your colleagues, invite your friends to become members of the Institute. Let us not just learn alone or have the benefits alone. Let us also have our friends, colleagues, staff join us in this journey. All right. Okay. At this juncture, I would like to call on Dami as we round up this session. I want to say very big thank you to everyone. Thank you to the alumni board, the president, vice president, accountant, PRO, editor-in-chief, and members of the alumni board for putting up this program. This is very, very good for everyone, and we really appreciate it. So whatever subscription you pay, it is the alumni board that takes care of your expenses and takes care of things on how they are being handled. So let's give them the motivation and the zeal to be able to do more. Importantly, we are also having the current alumni board will be, this is their last Congress. Okay, this is their last Congress. So by August 8th, we'll be appreciating them with their certificates of service and all of that. So by this, it simply means we'll be having an interim committee to take care of alumni matters till August 8th, when we will have another board initiated. So in case you're interested in becoming an alumni board executive, you want to become part of the leaders in the alumni board, please, when the call is made, kindly join, indicate your interest so that all protocols will be followed, and then we'll be glad to have you as part of the leadership of the members of IPM. One more time, if you've not subscribed, please go ahead and do your subscription now. If you've not given us your 5-star rating, please, this is very, very important. We'll put that link in the WhatsApp group also. If you've not given us your 5-star rating on Google, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, please go ahead and do so. For you following us on YouTube, if you've not subscribed to the channel, please do so. Subscribe to the channel. And if you're here, you've not also subscribed to the channel, please make sure you do so. Let's look up to July, or look out for July, as we have other important stunning programs coming up. Thank you. Dami, over to you.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Banito, for that exclusive information. And we want to appreciate every one of us once again. Thank you for staying tuned. Thank you for staying back. We've learned so much. All right. We want us to go into our various organizations and practice all what we've learned today. And once again, we thank all our speakers, all our trainers for coming out to, dispense this wonderful knowledge and information to us. God bless you all. Please kindly follow us on YouTube, okay? Follow us on Facebook and LinkedIn as well. There's a need for us to maximize the social media this era. It's very important. So you can search for Integrated Institute of Operational Management on Facebook, on LinkedIn, and on YouTube. You can go on YouTube, rewatch this particular session and some other session that we've done before now. And if there's any information, don't forget to click on the WhatsApp group on the comment section here in order to get some other information. If there's anything we need to share with us as well, we proceed to do the needful. This is the account number for the discount for those that would like to become member to maximize this opportunity. And also for the certificate, I believe we filled the attendance already. We've said that several times. Don't forget to fill the attendance. We really appreciate those that stayed back to this moment. It's been a wonderful ride with every one of us. And of course, I want to appreciate my co-moderator, my able boss, Dr. Chidike Nnamani. Thank you for your effort. Thank you for everything you've done here today. We appreciate you so much, sir. Right, I think at this juncture, we are going to shut down for the next time that we are going to be meeting again here. Thank you, everybody, once again. And please enjoy the rest of your day. Okay, I think I'm seeing one information here. Dr. Adam, I didn't get that clearly yet. All right, doctor, is there any other thing?
Let's have Dr. Adamu for a vote of thanks.
All right. Okay, Dr. Adamu, please, sir.
All right. I want to say a very big thank you for, judiciously utilizing the time. Many people would have been out there, doing some other things, but we have spent the time at least to learn something that will help us move forward. So I want to say thank you to everybody for the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, everybody. I think we are good for now. See you next time and enjoy the rest of your day. God bless you all.
If you have any challenge with the link, kindly try using another device because we can see from our end here that people are filling up the form. So if you have any challenge filling up the form, it could be from your own end. Try using another device to do that. So we'll post the link again. In case you have challenge, just copy it, try it in another device. Thank you, everyone.
All right.
Just have 5 minutes. 5 minutes for that, and then we'll be out of here. For those of us that were asking questions about finance and all of that, you want to get loan and all of that, please, you can reach out to Mrs. Alabi.
Yes, Dr. Alabi.
Alabi, yeah. Is she still in? Okay, she's still in class. So you can reach out to her. We'll share all the facilitators. For anyone you intend to network with, please, you can reach out to us privately, and then we'll get your consent before we share their contacts with you. And for those that are here, you can still chat them privately if you wish to get their contact and all of that. Please, you can chat them privately. Barrister Gabriel is still here. Barrister Gabriel is still here. Okay, so Barrister Gabriel and Mrs. Barrister Gabriel and Mrs. Alabi, they are still here, so you can You can chat them or privately in case you want to network with them. And feel free, the network session is still open. You can go ahead, tell us yourself what you do and all of that. Okay, so yeah, somebody's asking the discount is only for today. Yes, the discount as depicted here is only for today. All right. Okay, so someone is asking when is emotional intelligence training coming up? Okay, so just make sure you are in the WhatsApp group. That information will be passed.
All right, Doctor, quick question. I think most likely there will be somebody asking if they can split the discount fee for the membership. Is that possible? Maybe they can pay twice for the.
No. You don't pay membership fee twice.
Okay, good.
For courses, we can allow you to pay twice, but for membership.
All right.
For induction, no, you don't pay twice. You pay once.
All right.
Okay.
So
for members who have not done their subscription, please go ahead, make your subscription now. If you want to get a certificate for this program, for members is free. That's members that are up to date is free. And then for others is 5,000. So you can also go ahead and make your payment. I think at this juncture, we can call it a timeout. Thank you so much and see you in our next program.